Okay, welcome to the Hax Festival Saturday program of talks. Just want to thank our sponsors. We had an internal crowdfund from the members, and Less.net provides an excellent internet connection for doing this kind of thing. And it's there for the space all the time. And we encourage, this is a free community event, but we encourage donations. Skullspace.ca/donate has a PayPal link. You don't need a PayPal account. You can pop in a credit card. And on the hax.skullspace.ca page, where you can see everything, there's also a donate section that describes how to use Interact eTransfer. So time to get right to it. Our first speaker today is Mike Major, and I had a chance to briefly chat with Mike beforehand here, and I've discovered that Mike is about as hardcore a tabletop gamer as you can get, because he is the 1999 Canadian champion in Warhammer. And
40K specifically, but yes.
All right. So without further ado, Mike Major.
Hi, folks, and good morning. Mark asked me to talk about 3D printing, and 3D printing is something I've gotten into hardcore in about the last 3-4 years. Let's maybe start off by, I have all of this junk here out on the table in front of me. I don't know if you guys can see it well, but hopefully you can. Everything on this table, with one exception, came out of my printers, or has elements that came out of my printers. The one exception, which I keep here expressly to show just how good the printing can be, this one boat is not 3D printed. It's styrene plastic. The boat right next to it, however, this, by the way, is a World War II German Rome boot. This is 3D printed. The detail is amazing. It compares quite favorably to the manufactured one. All of these other things out here have been printed on one of my two printers. I maintain a stable of 2 printers, different types, and we'll talk about that. And I've prepared a little handout that you can download from the Skullspace/Hax site. It's also available here for those folks who are here in person if they want, and we'll try to keep to that. And at the end, hopefully, we'll throw things open for some Q&A if there's time. So first of all, because you could easily do a 2-week chat on 3D printing, we'll keep this short and sweet. We'll start talking about types of printers. Now, there's a lot of different types of printers. There are ones that are for manufacturing, ones that are used for dental work and everything else. But since this is really all about for gaming and miniatures work, we're going to talk about the 2 most common types of printers that are used for that, and the ones that you're most likely to see, find, be able to afford, etc. And those are SLR resin printers, which utilize ultraviolet light to cure liquid resin. And those are lovely for doing really, really, really fine detail. That's what this boat was printed on. Okay. However, the resin is expensive, and the printers tend to be a little bit more expensive, and they also tend to have smaller build plates. Fortunately, the smaller build plates isn't such a big deal, because with resin printers, you don't usually want to be printing really, really big things anyway. It's just too expensive in the cost of the materials. So the small build plates aren't as big a limitation as you might think. The other type of the other type of printer that is commonly used for miniatures and would be used for something like, say, this, is what's called an FDM printer, filament deposited material. An FDM printer is basically a computer-controlled glorified hot glue gun. It melts plastic in a hot tip, like a hot glue gun, and the hot tip is moved around on 3 axes by a computer program and deposits molten plastic and builds it up layer by layer by layer by layer by layer until you have a finished piece. This particular bust of Athena, by the way, was the first thing I ever printed on my FDM printer. That's why I brought it. It's not technically a gaming thing, but it came out pretty nice. I was not going for super high quality. You can see, I don't know if the camera can pick it up, but you can see all these lines here. These are what are called resolution lines. In this particular case, I wasn't worried about resolution lines. It wasn't intended to be a nicely detailed piece. But if you take a quick look at that, you should be able to see the resolution lines. And that is where the printer essentially deposited a line of material, moved up, deposited another line of material. And those resolution lines are sort of your enemy for really, really fine detail. If you notice on this building here, on the side walls on the outside, there are pretty much no resolution lines, which is exactly how I wanted it. That was printed with more expensive filament, with higher resolution settings, and with a slower time. Now, that leads us into, those are sort of the two main types of printers that you might use. They don't have to be expensive. My filament printer was $300 shipped after taxes, so not massively expensive. My resin printer was a lot more, but I bought it before they were really common. They've come down in price a lot. Mine cost about $5,000. It was worthwhile. It's not really a hobby printer. It's like a dental printer, and it's a Formlabs Form 2, and I gotta say, one thing about Formlabs, well, I spent a lot of money on it. Best technological support I've ever seen in my 30-odd years in the computer and IT industry from Formlabs in Massachusetts. They're amazing. So good on them. But more common hobby printers, you'd be looking at like an Elegoo Mars or a Anycubic Photon. Those are in the $300 to $500 range for resin printers. They're much more affordable, and they're pretty comparable in quality. Like I said, they just tend to have smaller build plates. The resin is also a bit cheaper. So I would recommend, if you're getting into this in a hobby, a great starter unit is the Creality Ender 3 or Ender 3 Pro. I think there's slightly upgraded versions of those. I have an Ender 3. I love it. I didn't feel the Pro was necessary, and I, in this particular case, was right, but some people like them. Resin printers, I use a Formlabs, but the Elegoo Mars and the Anycubic Photon definitely are good starter resin printers. And resin printers are for if you want to make something really detailed like this, or this somewhat larger boat here. This is sort of pushing the outer envelope of what my resin printer could do. And this one was printed in pieces and was then assembled afterward, like these little towers here, for instance, were glued on after the print was done, as was the top part of the superstructure. Resin printers, when they come out, they come off the thing like this. This is all structured, hold in place. This is a British Fairmile torpedo boat. This is what it looks like on a successful print. That's what you get after you've washed and cleaned it. And no, they don't always work out. This is what a print that didn't work out looks like. So there you go. Sometimes it's frustrating. And that leads us to the next topic, 3D printing. 3D printing is a hobby in and of itself, entirely separate from doing miniature work or painting or gaming or anything like that. You can spend vast amounts of time and effort in the types of materials, the settings of your printers, the types of printers you use, learning how to modify files in CAD programs, all kinds of things. You could literally talk about this stuff for weeks. And there's tons and tons and tons of information out there. There's tremendously useful YouTube videos and things, depending on what it is you want to learn. Okay, I do a certain amount of this stuff. For instance, design-wise, this particular box, was printed on my FDM printer, and it's designed. I printed it because I was tired of my ships breaking, so I made a box to keep my ships from breaking, and I designed it myself. I found somebody else's box that had a little snap lid. You can see that there's like a groove here, and here on the inside there's like a ridge. So when I put this on, it snaps right down, and the top doesn't come off. Keeps the boats reasonably safe as long as I don't, start doing shake and bake with it. And that was designed myself. I just took a box that somebody else had made. I added the internal divisions. I threw the design on top. Done. So, and that was not particularly hard stuff. That's all stuff that you can learn to do pretty quickly. The programs are usually free. Blender, Mesh Mixer are the two I use, but there's tons more. ZBrush, lots more. Some cost, some don't. You can definitely do a lot of work with that. So when I say 3D printing is a hobby in and of itself, it really, truly, truly is. You can do a lot of different things with it. Everything from creating your own stuff, resizing, building new things, whatever. We can come back to some of this stuff later. Maintaining your equipment. When I say it's a hobby in and of itself, I'm not kidding. Keeping your printers maintained. Incredibly important. Anyone who works with an FDM printer, you will need to learn how to rebuild your hot end. You will need how to learn how to calibrate, tighten your settings. You will need to learn how to maintain it. You'll need to learn the behavior of different kinds of filaments. You'll need to learn how to work it through your slicer settings. All this sounds really, really intimidating. And trust me, when I got into it, I was really intimidated by it. Don't be. It's not so bad. Okay, a lot of it, when you actually start thinking about it practically, calmly, it's just not that bad. And there's a million resources available, other people in the hobby, people online, YouTube videos, you name it, forums, they're everywhere. There's a ton of information available for you to learn how to do this stuff. And most of it, like these printers are for the most part designed for you to be able to do it yourself. They come with a bunch of Allen keys. You usually wind up doing some assembly right out of the box. And you can even print new parts for your printer on your printer in many cases, which is kind of cool. One of the first things I actually did with my FDM printer is on the Ender 3, because of course a printer is just basically a small computer, there's a cooling fan. Well, they put the cooling fan on top, right underneath the moving bed. Well, if you get any kind of residue or junk off your bed, little pieces of plastic or whatever, it'll fall straight into the cooling fan, which is not a great design. So of course, someone had obviously thought about this. One of the first things I did was printed a little shroud that sits over the top of that fan so that it draws air from the front, and anything falling down just falls off the shroud, bounces off. One of the first things I printed for my Ender. Boom, like making parts. Keeping economy in mind. Next topic I want to cover. Resin is expensive. Resin printers are expensive. So frequently you'll want to do the smaller pieces on your resin printer if you decide to go with multiple printers, which not everybody does. The smaller pieces are best done on a resin printer. You get the most out of it that way. Larger pieces are best done on an FDM printer. You save the most money that way. People can and do print some nice smaller stuff on FDM printers. I haven't spent a lot of time with it myself because I have a resin printer, so I don't really need to. But I've seen people who have modified or switched out parts on their FDM printers, use smaller nozzles, slower printing speeds, more advanced filaments, and they've been able to print really, really nice small models in FDM. In fact, this wasn't printed by me. It was before I had a printer. I bought this from someone. This is a small World War II Opal multi-air, and this was printed on an FDM printer, not a resin printer, and its quality is very close. There are some resolution lines. You can see it here on top and on top of the hood and stuff. He could have actually even reduced these somewhat. There are various settings on FDM printers. You can use a smaller nozzle, things like that. This could have been an even nicer print if he had taken more time with it or whatever, but it's still perfectly usable depending on the level of quality you want. I admit I'm a quality snob. Okay, I've been painting miniatures for 50 years. So yeah, I'm a quality snob. I want my miniatures to look as close to perfect as I can, and I'm willing to spend the money and the time and the effort to do that. The other thing a lot of people say things like, oh, well, 3D printing is going to kill the miniatures industry, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's the end, the world is ending, the sky is falling. Not so much, at least not now. Resin printing is still so expensive that most of your resin print models, you're not really saving anything over what you would do if you went and bought them in a store with styrene. The advantage, however, is, well, what if no one in your area is carrying it? There's a very nice resin and metal ROM boot available from the company that puts out this game called Warlord Games. It's a lovely model, but it's very hard to get here in Manitoba. There's very few people carry them. So I was able to find a ROM boot file online. I printed my own ROM boot. It probably cost me as much or more than it would have cost with Warlord with shipping and everything. But, you know, in this particular case, I was willing to spend a little bit more because I get it sometime before the end of the universe. That said, didn't really save me any money, but I was able to get it. So the real advantage that you get with particularly the really detailed printers, the real advantage that you get is being able to do things that you can't otherwise do. A great example, for instance, is this guy. Now this model, most of this model is a cast resin model from a company called Forge World, which is a Games Workshop subsidiary. And it's a beautiful model. I actually am painting this as a commission for a fellow in Alberta. But one of the pieces of war gear you can get for an Astro Militarum army is a thing called now, Aquila something or other, I forget what it's called. Doesn't really matter. The point is, it's a double-headed eagle. It's basically a large, genetically created double-headed eagle that the person uses as a little sort of laptop computer to give them tactical advice. And so the person would have this big double-headed eagle flapping around him if they have this particular piece of war gear. Well, as you can see, this guy's got a double-headed eagle sitting on his shoulder, but that's not part of the model. That came out of my printer. Because I wanted them to have that particular Aquila piece of war gear, and I thought it looked cool on the model, I found an eagle, I added another head to it, turned it around, stuck it on the side, and then I printed it fairly small and mounted it on his shoulder with a little bronze pin going up through it. So it's on there pretty good, it won't come off. It's also resin, so it's the same material as the rest of the model, and then it was painted. So if you want something, and Games Workshop doesn't sell an Aquila cherub critter that you can stick on models' shoulders. Since they don't sell it, I made one. That's exactly the kind of thing that 3D printing is great for. It's keeping economy in mind. And that'll lead me on into finding files, okay? Obviously, to make the Aquila thing, I needed to have a double-headed eagle file, because all these things are printed off a computer file. And STL or OBJ files are the most common formats. Well, I found an eagle that somebody had either made or scanned, maybe they scanned one that was taxidermized, maybe they sculpted it from scratch, I'm not really sure, nor does it matter. And then I duplicated its head, like sliced it off digitally, made a copy, turned it around, mounted it on the other side, blended it in a little bit, and then I had a double-headed eagle. The file for the eagle the original file for the eagle was found on Thingiverse. Since then, somebody else has put up another double-headed eagle. It's even nicer than mine. So Thingiverse and similar places like Wargaming 3D and places like that, these are all places to find files. And you can often find files for all kinds of things you might want. A lot of the things that were here on this table were produced from files that I found on Thingiverse. This is a good example, this fairly large FDM printed castle here. That took about a week to print, was printed in about 18 separate pieces before it was all mounted to a base and painted and everything. And it's a lovely piece, and the files were available, and in fact still are available for free on Thingiverse. I used probably, I don't know, maybe half or 3/4 of a spool of filament for that. So that whole piece cost me 25 bucks, maybe 30 plus some time, including the piece of MDF board that it's mounted on. So the entire thing, you couldn't buy a model like that in the store for under $100 pretty much anywhere. The fact that the files are available free, it's very open source, lots of people sharing stuff, lots of companies sharing things. Many of the companies who share things also have things for sale that you can purchase that are really, really nice as well and are well worth purchasing. I do purchase files from companies whose work that I like. I'm happy to support them, and I think it's a great thing to do. And a lot of people are just hobbyists who make up their own files and just want to share them with the world and just love seeing stuff that they created out there on somebody's tabletop somewhere. So places like Thingiverse or Wargaming 3D or Yegi, just search for STL files for, I don't know, belt buckle or whatever it is you want to find. I'm sure you'll find millions of it. One little tip, particularly about things like Thingiverse. Files on the internet can be somewhat ephemeral. They don't always stay. If you find a file of something you really, really like, even if you don't plan on printing it this week, download it, throw it on your hard drive. It may not be there next week when you go back to look for it. I've had this happen to me. It's kind of irritating. It's like, oh, I really wanted that, and now it's gone. Oh well, what do you do, right? So since then I've learned my lesson. If I see something, I grab it. And this has resulted in my hard drive kind of exploding with, I don't know, I think there's 25 or 30,000 separate STL files in there, all subdivided. There's Battletech stuff, there's Flames of War stuff, there's Cruel Sea stuff, there's 40K stuff, there's fantasy stuff, you name it. And then there's stuff for the house, shelf brackets or hooks or whatever other kind of cool things you might want to make. Yeah, I mean, it takes me actually you'll find you spend a lot of time organizing your files and keeping track of them so you can find what you want when you want to print it a year later. Don't be afraid to edit and alter your files, okay? I know that this seemed really, really intimidating when I started off. I looked at things and I was kind of like, you know, you start looking at Blender, which is an incredibly powerful program and has a learning curve that's slightly less steep than Mount Everest, but only slightly. But don't be afraid to do it. Just jump right in. Mesh Mixer is a great, very user-friendly program to start with. There are plenty of others, and there's lots of tutorials online. There are also things that some programs do better than others. There's, you might find that that Mesh Mixer, for instance, does things a little bit more easily than Blender. I actually switch back and forth between Blender and Mesh Mixer all the time. There's certain things that Blender, despite its steep learning curve, just does better. And there's other things that Mesh Mixer, even though you can do it in Blender, it's just a whole lot easier and faster to do it in Mesh Mixer. Moving parts around is a good example of that. The user interface in Mesh Mixer I find way more intuitive. Okay, well that about covers all the topics I wanted to talk about. And we've got, it looks like about 10 minutes left. So I thought I would throw open the floor to any kind of questions, and I'll try to answer what I can. On my handout I have included my email address as well, so if there's something that you don't get a chance to ask me about here, you can always ask me later. I do this as a hobby, it's not my job. I'm always happy to help out other people that are wanting to try to do things or learn how to do things or what have you. I mean, obviously my time isn't unlimited, but I do what I can. Does anybody have any questions at all, either about some of the things that I talked about, some of the things here on the table, just 3D printing in general, how it fits in with games? Go ahead, yes.
When you're printing something, do you have to stay by the printer to oversee that it's going correctly?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
When you're printing something, do you have to stay by the printer to see that it's going correctly?
Yes and no.
For the broadcast, can you repeat the question?
Okay, sure. She asked, do you need to basically stand over your printer and watch it while you're printing? The answer, honestly, is both yes and no. It depends on what you're printing, on your confidence in the file, on the material that you're working with, and how confident you are that you have your printer settings right. I find I almost never stand over my resin printer and spend any time with it, but it's a very high-end one and it's really smart, and it fails out almost never. On the other hand, with my FDM printer, if I have some I didn't stand over at all when I was printing that castle. I knew that the files were designed for 3D printing. I was confident it would work. I'd gotten my printer in a happy place where it was behaving well with filament that I knew. It was nice temperatures outside. Yes, temperature can matter for FDM printing. So I didn't stand over it at all, and in fact, I didn't have any print failures. On the other hand, I've had times when I've had to stand over my printer and it's like, oh, I'm screwed up again. Oh, yeah, I'm screwed up again. Oh, yeah, I'm screwed up again. So it will sort of vary. Better files and material that you're comfortable with, and right after maintaining your printer and testing it, you'll find that, yeah, you can walk away, set something to print at night, go to bed. I do that a lot. Get up in the morning, it's done. That kind of thing, and you often don't need to spend any time with it at all, other than at the beginning and at the end, setting it up and then doing post-production. So yeah, did that answer your question sufficiently?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay, and I've got one from online.
Alrighty.
The question is, got an Ender 3. Although I have had some calibrate issues, prints won't stick to the plate, or if they do, or halfway through the print, nozzle keeps hitting the print and knocks it off. Any advice?
Yeah, those are very common problems with any FDM printer, and I run into them myself, and yes, I've run into them. Sounds like you've got two issues that are kind of connected. Sticking to the plate is one issue. Having nozzles bashing into things is another issue. Those are actually usually two entirely separate things, and you can run into them either separately or together. For sticking to the plate, that will depend entirely on what material you're using for printing and what kind of printer bed you've got. I've experimented with a bunch of different printer beds. There's magnetic ones, there's sheet steel ones, there's plexiglass ones, there's borosilicate glass ones. There's a lot of different things. Because I don't know the details of the material that you're printing with, I can't specifically address what would work in your case. If ABS is different from PLA is different from PLA plus, is different from. There's literally dozens of different types of filaments you can buy. So depending on what you have, that will impact. Some things, for instance, only stick to borosilicate glass. Some things you might need to throw a glue stick down, take a regular glue stick and running it over your plate. That can help adhesion. If you have a heated bed, the Ender 3 usually does, changing your heat temperatures of your bed can help with sticking. The other thing that can help a lot is using a raft or a brim, which are settings in your slicer. And those things will help your print adhere as well. The other thing is, now talking about knocking your things around, it sounds like one of the problems you may be having is print leveling, is leveling your bed. Having your bed as perfectly level as you can on an FDM printer like the Ender 3 is incredibly important. If it's not level, you'll wind up knocking stuff off, you'll wind up whacking things with your print head, because it thinks that it's going over here, but the print bed's like this. So it goes here, but it starts hitting your part, and then you got a problem. So when you're leveling your print bed on the Ender 3 in particular, and this works for most FDM printers, you take a standard piece of loose leaf paper, okay, you cool your printer right down, you unlock it, and you turn it off, right? And then there's a level adjustment settings, they're dials. Underneath, there's usually 4 of them in each of the corners. And what you want to do is move your print head down, as you zero it, move it down, turn all of your power off after you've zeroed it, and then move your print head around your print bed. Just manually push it, right? And what you want to do is you want to dial those levels up and down so that when your print head, when you have this, you put this on top of your print bed, like I did in the box here, and then your print bed will be my fingertip. And what you want to do is dial it so that it just catches, so you can feel the paper kind of getting some resistance between the head and the bed. And that's your ideal setting. You want it touching just, but not pushing down so hard you can't move the paper, right? So what you want to do is dial, and then you want to do that for all 4 corners and the middle, and make sure that you're getting that same kind of just catch all the way around the bed. Because if you get it in one corner and don't get it in another corner, that corner is going to be a problem. Okay, so the idea, and you may have to fuss with it, you have to go up and down. When I say FDM printers are finicky and this is a hobby in and of itself, welcome to it, that's where you are. There are also a bunch of decent YouTube videos available, some of them specific for the Ender 3. I really like one called the Tomb of 3D Printed Horrors. The guy there is wonderful, and he uses an Ender 3 and is really great at dialing it in, has all kinds of suggestions for bed leveling, for all these various problems, layer adhesion, you name it. So if you're having these problems, there's lots of resources out there available. Hopefully I've addressed them a little bit for you in at least a somewhat general way. Any other questions? Still have a couple of minutes. I think your hand was up first, so.
I was just wondering, do you change the colors that you're printing, or do you paint everything afterwards?
Mostly paint everything afterward. There are people who print in specific colors for things that they want, and there's certainly nothing wrong with that. I am a miniature guy, so I tend to paint my stuff. This box is a good example of one. The top, this is just the base color of the plastic, the black plastic top. And this is the base color of the filament, this sort of silvery color here. So this box is a good example of something I intentionally didn't paint except for the logo on the top. I was perfectly happy with the colors as they came out, so I went with it. And I don't see any reason to change it. It looks perfectly fine the way it is. That said, I mean, this, if we look at the bottom here, this was printed, oh, actually that's probably primer, but I'm pretty sure this was printed in like kind of a gray. This one, actually, give you an even better example. This one was printed in purple ABS. And it's a really hideous, and by the way, ABS is a terrifying, nasty stuff to print with. It requires really high temperatures, it's finicky. And you want to talk about not sticking? ABS is so not sticking that you pretty much have to make ABS glue by using acetone and ABS and liquefying it and then putting it on with an old dead paintbrush, and then that glue will melt, and other than that, ABS pretty much will never stick. Okay, I don't recommend ABS, it's not fun to work with, but as you can see, you can get a good print out of it if you are really ornery and cranky, and I was. We got about a minute left. I think we have one more question.
I was just curious about your favorite either piece or genre. Like if you have obviously you've done a ton of things and a very wide variety of interests, but I'm just curious if you have something that you go to if you're bored or.
Well, you know, I can't say as I have one, to be honest with you. It would kind of like, it's kind of like asking somebody about your favorite song, you know? I mean, what mood am I in? Right? What am I doing right now? I mean, the things that I brought here are all things I'm proud of and that I like, aside from, you know, this tragedy. So, you know, but I'm pretty...
Like the Stairway from Winona Earp.
What's that?
That looks like the Stairway from Winona Earp season 4. But anyway.
Yeah, it's intended to be a German minesweeper from World War II. All this junk on the bottom is what they call support. And you need to support it, because if you try to print this stuck straight to the bed, quite frequently you get a print failure. So, and I think we're about out of time. Again, I encourage you to, my email address is on the sheet there. If you got other questions, feel free to email me, and yeah, I'll do what I can to help. And thanks very much for your time, for giving me this opportunity to talk about things.
And everyone can also grab Mike in the hallway track, as I like to call it.
I will hang around to answer other questions happily.
Yeah,
All right.
Never name your cat Nozzle.
It's a great, you're gonna use a lot of their equipment? Oh God, other equipment. Yeah, it says you can't buy some of that equipment.
All right, and we are back. All right, we are live, and we have Heinrich Harms here, one of Skullspace's new members. A project that we've noticed at the Hackerspace unrelated to this has been, you've taken a real interest in microwave ovens and their microwave controllers. So I think this is a much safer way to melt your brain. And remember, to our audience, donate, skullspace.ca/donate. Here we have Heinrich Harms.
All right. Yeah. So I'm Heinrich Harms. I've been programming for some years. Depends on how you count. aspiring software engineer. Somebody has a job lying around, I'll take it. I like building nifty stuff with computers, and I am also very excited. I don't often get to talk about this kind of stuff at length. Whenever I try to tell like my family about it, their eyes kind of glaze over within 2 or 3 minutes at most. A lot of people are online now, so I won't even see your eyes glaze over, which is nice. That will make things significantly easier. But first of all, what are genetic algorithms? They sound really fancy and hard to use, but they're actually not that bad. They're a type of machine learning, but they're incredibly flexible. So you can do all kinds of stuff with these. The basic idea is that you take a population, let's say you want to build something, this is a hypothetical, you can't actually do this with just a computer, but let's say you wanted to use a genetic algorithm to design a car. Well, what do you want for a car? You want tires, you want presumably a steering wheel, engine, doors, airbags if you're feeling fancy. So you generate an initial random assortment combination of these things. You test how good they are at being cars. You eliminate the ones that are rather bad at being cars. You generate new ones from the good ones that are left, and then you repeat this process until you have a good car. Don't actually use this for building cars because there are safe. No, it's not. But they use it for all kinds of other stuff. So here are some nifty examples. In the early 2000s, NASA actually evolved one of their satellite antennas using a genetic algorithm. So what they did is they said like, oh, well, we have this physics simulator. We give it a 3D model of an antenna, and it'll simulate how good it does at being an antenna, like atmospheric interference, all the sciencey, physicsy things that I have not yet learned about. And so they evolved an antenna, and it actually worked really well. They managed to, instead of hiring a very expensive physicist or communications engineer to do it, they hired a very expensive computer scientist to do it, which is progress, in my opinion. It's also used in computer engineering. When I was first getting into genetic algorithms, I found a paper that was talking about 76 examples where genetic algorithms have been used to create very human competitive results. A lot of computer chips, and especially like low-level computer architecture that is responsible for like how your computer actually multiplies things, how it knows how to multiply, add, subtract, divide, etc. Those things can be done with genetic algorithms, and they can be done just as good, if not better, than human beings, which is pretty impressive. Also, numerical computing optimization. You might not think about this as like a day-to-day thing, but like everything from like the stream that we're using now to actually later in the presentation, the actual things that I'm using in my genetic algorithm. A lot of things are based off of something called a Fourier transform. I thought about explaining what that meant, but that would take a whole 45 minutes in and of itself. So basically the point is there have been progress has been made in the literature around such algorithms and things like that to basically make everything that we use on a relatively daily basis work much, much faster without sacrificing the sanity of a couple computer science professors, which is quite nice. So the first thing that we're going to find as an important idea going forward is the idea of a solution space. This sounds pretty abstract, and it is abstract, but metaphor, that's what metaphors are for. So basically, machine learning algorithms can be thought of as like searching algorithms. They just search for something, you tell it what it's searching for, and it will find it. So imagine if let's say you made an AI to build a car. The search space would be all the possible cars it can think of. So it's the space that it searches. If you're looking for your keys, the search space is the rooms where you think your keys are. And all the areas towards those rooms, presumably, because if any of you can teleport, please let me know. Yeah, set of allowable solutions. In my case, rough estimate, the estimated size of my solution space is about 60,000. So there are about 60,000 possible solutions that the algorithm I'm working on will be trying to find the best one of. Where your algorithm is allowed to look. This is not to be confused with something called the feasible region. So just because something is in the solution space does not mean it's a good idea. If you put the tires on the steering wheel on the bottom of the engine, and the engine right behind the airbag, that is not a very good car. But you might who knows? You can't always cut out obviously bad ideas, and that's where the feasible space comes in. I'll touch on that a little bit later, but next, what am I doing with genetic algorithms? So, a few months ago, I got interested in something called steganography. It's basically the idea of hiding messages in digital files or in digital content. Basically, the idea is instead of encryption, where you just make it impossible to read, steganography makes it impossible to find. That got me interested in content tracking because, as I said at the beginning, I have no job, I want job. Content tracking is one of the few practical applications of steganography that I don't have to work at the CIA for, which is pretty nifty. I really like it as a field of working on it because it's goal oriented. It's like we have a set of things, be it music, be it images, be it video, and then we want to find every video on YouTube that contains that thing. It's a nice goal oriented problem that doesn't have hard kind of restrictive limits on it. It's very open-ended that way, and I like the adversarial component. I'm slightly maybe childish and competitive that way. I like the idea of well, I'm gonna do this, they're gonna do that. How can I get around that? Anyways, and lastly, I combined those two previous things with my interest in high school from YouTube videos of NEAT, which is basically a way of evolving neural networks. It's a genetic algorithm for making neural networks. And FFTW, which is a Fourier transform library designed by, I think, a guy at MIT. Basically, it does a similar thing to what I'm doing to make things run faster, specifically Fourier transforms. Watermarking is kind of the general description of the technique I'm using. Basically, there are two types of watermarking that are used to detect either the presence of content or the modification of content. Those are embedded watermarking. That's where you put something into the content. That way, whenever you're let's say you're sifting through YouTube videos, you want to find something that has been watermarked, you just need to look where you put the watermark, and if it matches up, the same thing, almost certainly. There is some probability that it's not, but that is just unthinkably small. And then there's zero watermarking, which is what I like, which is basically instead of putting something in there, which makes a modification, you are checking what's already there. Basically, you're making a very, very low resolution description of the image so that if you make another description of another image and they match up, they're probably the same image or very close. That's the general idea. The benefit of this is that it is definitionally faster than embedded watermarking, but the disadvantage is you need to store one description for each and every frame that you watermark. You can't just put the same one in each and just store what you put in. You need to store every single one of them, which is a small engineering problem in and of itself, but it's easy. So next important thing is the function set. This, again, sounds very scary, but basically this is just the list of the things that the computer is allowed to do. In the car example, this would be, the function set would be the steering wheel, wheels, doors, airbags. What things is the computer does the computer have at its disposal to put together? We don't want to tell the computer to evolve things from scratch, because that will take forever. That will take way too long. That will make the solution space probably larger than the number of atoms in the universe before you even finish Hello World. That's a no-go. Yeah, so that's the ones I'm using here are subsampling. So that's where you, let's say you have like a list of numbers. You just take every 2 numbers. That makes it half the size. Half the size means half the computing power to run on it. And similarly, cropping, you can take first half, second half, middle half. That's the general idea. The idea is that you're making it smaller, or you're trying to find a specific area of interest. Rounding is just like rounding to the nearest something. Feature extraction, so basically getting the edges of the either image, or you can even do edge detection on audio, although that's not as good an idea. Frequency transforms. These are the things I was talking about earlier. I'm not going to go into too much detail because there are entire university courses just on this one, and there are entire postgraduate courses just on this one. So that is not happening today. Basically, the general gist of it is, let's say you have like a sequence of numbers. These things will tell you how many, it'll let you analyze the frequencies that make that up. Again, if somebody wants to know more about that, I would really love to talk about it because I'm excited about all of the stuff that I'm talking about, but I don't think it would take a long time. Data set. As with all machine learning, basically the idea is you want to do something, and in order to do that, you teach the computer how to do it. You teach it because either you don't know how to do it yourself, or you don't know what the best way of doing it is, or you don't know how to tell the computer, because computers are rather rigid. Like imagine if you, like everybody knows somebody who takes things just obscenely literally because they think they're being clever. Imagine that, but with a computer, like that won't stop when you tell it to. Like, like the language that I programmed the genetic algorithm in is called Python, and it will not run things if you add an extra space. It will just refuse. Or if you mix 4 spaces and tabs, it will also complain because it's like those are different things. You're not allowed to do that. But the data set I used is basically I downloaded a bunch of Twitch VODs, so like recorded streams that people have put on Twitch, and then distorted content. Basically, the way I'm training it is I run it on a bunch of original content. I distort it in some way using either audio filters or visual filters, and then basically from those relationships, I'm able to test how good a given candidate solution is. So this would be like the data set in the car example would be like an obstacle course. Like once it gets started, can it make it through the obstacle course? Like the original content might be like, I don't know, like a straight road, whereas the distorted content is like, okay, how well do you handle it when you get T-bone? Like this kind of stuff that the Transportation Commission, somebody deals with that. They bash a bunch of cars up before you're allowed to sell them. But yeah, so I did some experimentation on this. I mentioned that the distorted content, basically the goal of the distorted content is to simulate what happens when somebody takes like, I don't know, like a Twitch video and just decides to repost it on their own on YouTube. This is a relatively common thing that at least I've noticed is just within one game, the game I used to play called Valorant. It has a big esports scene, and a lot of people will just take clips and just post like 27-second clips. I don't really care, but like it's a lot of money in terms of ad revenue that I would be kind of cheesed about if I was the person who made the clip in the first place. And so basically what I'm simulating with the distorted content is that process of downloading it from Twitch and uploading it to YouTube. That it changes slightly with each of those steps just because of how video files work. And so I did some experimentation on this. Basically, I took the original content, I ran a bunch of filters on it, and that told me that basically this is the amount of distortion that I observed in one way of looking at distortion across various different filters. And then here's in another way of measuring. So this is important to note because they are different. So basically what I ended up doing is just taking this one and this one because those seemed like good options. This one I took not because it's small. It's not that I want to care about small things. It's that this one is the closest to what will actually happen. This is compressor. So this is actually overkill. If I can get this working, I'm golden. Nobody's got a chance. So basically, I've been talking about putting things together. You might be confused as to how that happens. So basically, you can imagine those things I told you about in the function set. Basically, functions are things you put numbers in, you get numbers out. And in this case, a solution is a linear sequence of functions. So if you imagine like circle is one function, diamond is one function, and triangle is one function, you can have like 4 different solutions. Each of them is just one after another. The output of one goes into the input of the other, et cetera, et cetera. This is good because it's easy to automatically optimize before what's called the evaluation step. Basically, the evaluation step is when I actually check how good it is. By making it these linear things, I can basically combine earlier steps together to reduce the amount of computing power that I use. Unfortunately, this leads to something called a loss of generality. Basically, it means that there are some watermarking techniques that my system cannot come up with because, for example, my system cannot come up with like circle, diamond, and then diamond to diamond and diamond to circle. Like it cannot handle branching in that kind of way, which is a slight loss of generality. But I've looked at the literature, and about 4 out of the 5 papers that I've seen that are similar to this don't have branching, and the last one is a neural network, which is kind of just its own beast entirely. Like if you were watching the previous talk, it would be like the difference between what I'm doing and like using a neural network to do this wouldn't even be the difference between like a filament printer and a resin printer. It would be like the difference between a filament printer and like an SNC router. That's just a totally different approach to the problem. So then the first thing that I'm going to talk about in terms of how to tell which is better is called solution fitness. So I mentioned at the beginning, you need to tell which is better so that you can ditch the ones that are not better, make more of the existing ones in line with kind of natural selection ideas. How to tell which is better, part 1, solution fitness. Before we even run them, there are certain things we want to make sure of. I don't care how good my car is at keeping me safe. If it cannot move, if it cannot fit on the street, and if it cannot hold a human being, this is not a car that I even want to bother trying out. Like, I don't even want to send it to the testing ground. This is a waste of time. This is a similar thing. I don't want anything that takes more than like X milliseconds. I don't want anything that will not be runnable on my computer. And I don't want anything that will make my internet bill go through the roof. That is not anything that I'm interested in. The next thing that I'm going to talk about is the evaluator. That is basically once I've decided something is worthy of consideration, I send it through the evaluator. What that'll do is it'll basically take a number of solutions, because I don't want to send them in one at a time. That will take a very, very long time, and it's just a very bad idea. And it will run it on all of the audio files I set up. It'll run it on the data set, collect a bunch of statistics, and heave it back over to the rest that I've written in Python because I'm a sane human being. It's written in C++. That's because C++ is faster than Python if you're not, doing things horribly wrong. The communication between the evaluator and the main thing, the thing that makes decisions, that makes new Solutions, that's done with sockets. Basically, it's just a low-level way of saying like, hey, here's something, receive something, receive something. It's a way of communicating over internet. Right now, I'm just doing it on one computer, but this is nice because if I want to spread it across multiple computers, all the stuff's right there. This, if anybody is interested in statistics, the algorithm I used for calculating mean and variance is called Welford's algorithm for mean and variance. Basically, what this allows me to do is calculate what the evaluator is actually doing is getting what's called probability distributions. And what Welford's algorithm does is it allows me to get it in one go, where basically I just run it on the data set once, and then it has both mean and variance. If I didn't use that, I'd have to run it twice. And from my kind of rough calculations, each run is going to take anywhere from 14 hours to like 2 weeks, depending on how much data I give it. So I do not want to double that carelessly. So Welford's algorithm it is. This is, like I just said, most computationally intensive step. Basically, I'm really hoping to find like a magic silver bullet that will make this much faster, but I don't think I will. If anybody has a NASA supercomputer lying around, I will happily take it off your hands. Optimizing away some redundant calculations. I mentioned earlier that by making the solutions kind of just one after another, you can do some optimization, and that's what the next slide is about. So basically, here are the solutions I set up previously, and basically the idea is, well, we already have 2 solutions that start with circle diamond, right? So we don't need to calculate circle diamond twice. We really only need to calculate it once, and then send that output once to this and once to this. And that similar thing goes throughout the whole thing. It's important to note that things cannot combine back if they are different functions. So just because this circle eventually ends up at diamond both here and here does not mean that this can go back into this. That's a no-go. That's bad, because this output will be different from this output. And so the output of this diamond will be different from the output of that diamond. Nevertheless, as the evolution process goes forward, I expect this to become more and more important. Basically, as the algorithm starts to understand what the best solution is, all of the solutions that it tries out will have similar like first bits. And so all of that computing power will be saved, which is very nifty. I did a little bit of math before coming here, like just some simulations. And I think towards the end of the evolution process, this may save anywhere from like 1 to 2 days, depending on how things go per generation. So 1 to 2 days if if each generation ends up being like a week or 2 weeks, like I said. A few hours if it ends up being on the few hour scale. I'm still not entirely sure how slow it will be, but statistical fitness, this is the next thing. So we've got our car. It does hold people, it moves, and it fits on the street. What next? What other important car characteristics are there? Well, we don't want it to be an oven. We don't want it to bake people. We don't want it to throw people out of the windshield. That's not particularly fun. Similarly with this, there are certain things that we want it to have that you can't just measure just by looking at it. Like you can look at a solution and go like, well, that's going to be way too slow. But you can't look at a solution and go, well, that's going to have bad statistical properties. That's not how statistics works. Specifically, here's a way of thinking about it. We want to, first of all, set it so that the probability of the output being unequal for 2 original inputs should be maximized. This, again, like many things in this talk, I tried, I'm sorry. Like many things in this talk, this sounds very mathy and complicated, but what this basically means is that if we have two totally different images, or two images that are not just pirated versions of each other, and we send them through whatever we create, we should get different answers out, because we want to be able to tell that they're different. We do not want to be, we don't want the algorithm to go, well, if you're just telling me to do this next thing, where basically we want, basically this next thing is if we have two things and one thing is just a slightly different version of the one, like it's just a slight distortion or a slight like acceleration in time, we want those to have the same outputs. We want those to look exactly the same after they get thrown through the meat grinder. And so having both of these is very important, because if you just have this second one, it's just going to output the same thing every time. Because if you think about it from the computer's perspective, it's like, oh, you want these two things to have the same outputs? Well, here, everything has the same outputs. Happy now? No, I'm not happy, because I want to be able to distinguish between things. This is very important to me. Here is some of the math. If anybody has interest in this, I don't know if you can even see it on screen, but if you have an interest in this, please let me know. I actually could talk like a whole 45 minutes just on this. And I in my original version of this slide, there were like 3 pages of math that I had written up in LaTeX before this slide. So I'm really exercising some restraint. Basically, this is just the mathy way of saying what this is. This is just that. Oh, oopsie. This is just that in math words. And of course, like these don't have any particular math meaning. They were defined on the slides that I cut out because I looked at it and I was like, eyes glazing over. I can see it now. This is not going to fly. So, but the important thing is basically, so we have our probability distributions. Let's pretend this isn't here. So basically the way to do this, or if you prefer this, that I've chosen, is to basically say, okay, we have, let's say like a pixel, or one output from one of those functions at one point. Basically, a probability distribution tells you how likely each output is. You'll often, a lot of you might be familiar with like a bell curve. This is for good reason. Bell curves are everywhere. They're called Gaussian distributions, and they are everywhere. Like it's actually kind of insane how many things have this probability distribution. And what I'm telling the computer is, okay, probability of the output being unequal for 2 original outputs should be maximized. That's like saying, well, one way to do that is to say, let's pick 2 numbers. 2 numbers, let's call them A and B. If the value is between those numbers, let's call that a 1 or a yes. If they're outside on either end, let's call that a no. This first one, the exact, like if we think about this first condition in terms of this A and B, if you think about it, it's kind of like saying set A and B so that it covers exactly half of the probability distribution. That is to say, the chance of it being 1 and the chance of it being 0 are exactly 50-50. That minimizes the probability that 2 originals will have the same output. The second one can be thought of as like, okay, we have this original probability distribution. That's the kind of distribution of those values in non-distorted images. Now let's look at so distortion. Let's look at how much are these distorted by in the distorted version? Like how much do these change? And we want to set A and B so that basically even with the distortion added on top, we want basically the probability that, okay, so the probability that the original value plus the distortion is equal to the probability of the original value. That's the basic general gist of it. Again, if somebody is interested in the statistics, I can't tell you how excited I would be to talk about that for another 45 minutes. But I got the 15-minute cue probably like 5 minutes ago, so here we go. Basically, so here's the math. And here is those things visualized. Don't worry if you can't see it. I've got them much bigger on the next few slides, but basically this is the, so we've got uniqueness and robustness. That's what I'm calling them. This is uniqueness, and this is robustness. We have A on this axis and B on this axis. And here are the probabilities that I was talking about. This is basically made in Octave, which is like a free version of MATLAB. So basically, here's robustness, and here's uniqueness. The problem is, if you try to maximize both of these, you have a little bit of an issue. Because the largest area, if you want to get the largest possible value out of this function, you'll go somewhere like here, right? You'll go somewhere really high. The problem, and you will definitely avoid this L-shaped thing, this valley. That is bad, very bad. The problem is that if you want to maximize uniqueness, you'll go right on this nice ridge here, which is exactly where that valley is. The good news is it's not exactly where the valley is. Because of the distortion, they are at slightly different positions, and I can use computers to do that. You can't eyeball it. I've tried, very bad strategy. And also you need to do it for the ones that I'm running right now, you need to do it on 262,000 numbers per solution function, like in a reasonable amount of time. Not going to happen. Even if you could eyeball it, you shouldn't. It's very slow. Humans are slow, very bad. This is basically what I'm going to talk about next. Optimizing this is what I'm calling optimizing statistical fitness. Currently, I'm doing this in what is apparently a very bad way. It is taking about 30 minutes per function. Each function is taking 30 minutes to optimize those two functions. This is unacceptable, completely unacceptable, because it shouldn't take that long. It should be way faster, and I've thought of a couple ways to do this. You could either increase the number of optimizations per execution. So basically what I've got now is I've got a program written in C that will optimize one distribution, send that back to Python. I have reason to believe that that's probably what I'm doing wrong. I should probably have a C program that takes a bunch of distributions and sends them back to Python, because that communication is probably where the slowness is coming from. But that would be the boring way of doing it, and I have such fun ways right in front of me. So one of the things would be increasing that, boring, but probably what I'll end up doing because it's sensible. You could train a neural network to do this, basically give it A, B, mean variance, and distorted mean, distorted variance, and it'll spit out the optimal like A's and B's. This will probably work almost definitely. Neural networks are unthinkably versatile. There's a reason that there's a lot of hype in the news, although there's probably too much hype in the news, but that's one option. Another option is gradient descent. Basically, I can combine those two together into one like single statistical fitness function, take the partial derivative of A and B, basically find the slope, then find the smallest point using that. Although I'd probably have to start at multiple points. Purely mathematical solution. This probably exists tentatively. I haven't looked into it too much, but there is a possibility that you can come up with like a purely mathematical solution. I say you kind of generally because it's not me. That I'm like, yeah, I would really love to find one of these, but it would take a very long time, and I don't have a math degree. Next option is just make a genetic algorithm to do it. A genetic algorithm for my genetic algorithm. This is a possibility. You can actually evolve mathematical solutions using genetic algorithms. There is a whole literature around this, basically. And there's a good chance it actually could find the purely mathematical solution if I spent a very long time reading all the literature and doing all that. But like I said, all of these are really fun. Unfortunately, or fortunately, the first one's probably the best choice. I probably can. What the C program is doing right now is it's just checking a whole bunch of different values for A and B, and saying like, this is the smallest one I found, take it or leave it. This is probably pretty sensible, and it probably works reasonably okay. But those are really cool. So selection, this is basically the part of ditch the bad ones. That's a bit simplistic. I say survival of the fittest with a question mark, because you don't actually want, it's not actually particularly valuable to just get the best of the best. Sometimes, and this goes to what I was talking about, solution set versus feasible set. You want to allow your computer to check out bad solutions and maybe finick with them a little bit, because it could be that something that's bad in the short run that kind of maybe leads to some slight like degeneration in the regular fitness function might just be like where you need to go to get to a really good solution. So you want to preserve some of the lower level options. And what I'm using is called tournament selection. I don't have any particularly groundbreaking reasons for doing this. I looked up genetic algorithms selection methods, and it said that most people use tournament selection. So I will use tournament selection. Yeah, so that's selection, mutation. Again, I don't have too many groundbreaking ideas in this case. The only problem is that crossover doesn't seem like a good idea. One thing that a lot of genetic algorithms do is they'll take like one bit of one solution and like put it into another solution to like try to get that part of natural selection in, the kind of mixing of genes that way. That's not really possible, unfortunately, with just a linear set of functions, because the output of one is so intimately tied to the output of the previous ones that you can't really swap out sections. That's not something you can do with any reasonable level of accuracy without investing a lot of time in looking at the mathematics and the kind of, like, especially like the linearity of the different functions you're using. I'm not doing that. The only thing that I think is a good idea is mutating the ends of the solution. So basically, if you're going to change something, just change the last one or the last two or the last three. That way you know that what you're keeping, you're actually keeping. You're not messing it up by switching out what feeds it. It's a bad idea. Generality. So I mention this word sometimes, generality, throughout my talk. Basically, this is just the idea of like how many solutions are there to this problem that my algorithm is willing to consider. I mentioned that it doesn't consider neural networks. So that's one area where it loses generality. But the good news is that from the research that I have done, most zero watermarking techniques seem to be able to be represented linearly, like using this kind of one after another after another system. And in fact, most of them only take the outputs of the last one. So it's actually more general even than those. There are some things that I'm considering doing to add generality to it, basically to make it so that it can incorporate multiple solutions. This includes a larger function set. The functions I have are great. They cover like a relatively sizable portion of the literature, but they are also, they're not totally encompassing. And there are a couple ideas I've had that would be pretty good. Another one would be branching. This would probably cover almost all of the rest. In fact, if I added branching, it could technically kind of make its own neural networks, but I don't want to, like saying that, even just like pretending to say that seems like a sin against neural networks. So like just pretend I didn't say that. But another one would be output modulation functions. Basically, when I said if it's between A and B, it's a 1. If it's outside, it's a 0. That is a loss of generality. What if we have A, B, C, and D, and now we have 2 1 areas, and et cetera, et cetera? Like that is a kind of assumption that I'm making that could be discarded with more time and effort. I'm not doing that because I want this actually finished before the sun burns out. And if I did everything that I can think would be better, that would never happen. Now what? Uniqueness. So basically, I have this algorithm. It seems to be kind of working. What next? Uniqueness. So because I'm optimizing these things, unlike most of the literature, which I did try to find somebody who's done something similar to this, but the closest thing I found was somebody who used genetic algorithms to evolve an embedding watermark system. But basically, because I'm able to so finely control uniqueness and robustness, I can not just tell if a video is one that I'm like checking for. I can also see which point in the video that like where it came from, exactly where it came from, maybe even to the second. So the cool part about that is that I could then go like, oh, this particular clip gets stolen a lot. Isn't that interesting? Or I can go like, oh, when the chat says these things, those clips tend to get stolen a lot. Maybe I can unemploy some editors. That would be kind of nifty. But yeah, so another thing is that genetic algorithms, this genetic algorithm is rather flexible. It can be used for things other than media tracking. So for example, there are applications of zero watermarking in cybersecurity, especially for medical records. So making sure that people have, like nobody has like added a tumor onto your CT scan, something like that. Basically the idea there would be to make it incredibly fragile, make a very kind of fragile enough that any small change you'll be able to notice it instantly, but not fragile enough that if you change it to like from a JPEG to a PNG that it'll just all crash and burn. So yeah, it's quite versatile, and there are certain applications for it that I haven't quite used. Another possible application is machine learning. Basically the idea there is feature vectors are an important part of machine learning. These are kind of like feature vectors, so maybe they could be used there, but I haven't pursued that too much either. Yeah, that's it. Welcome. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah, we don't have time for Q&A here in the room or from the chat. I'll just quote what was said on YouTube, which is, this guy is a genius, and another person said, hard agree. Thank you very much, Heinrich Arms.
Thank you.
How do you
Okay, so it's not something you worry about very much.
in person and in the future, because we will be archiving. Just a reminder, skullspace.ca/donate, or there's a donate section on hax.skullspace.ca. That's where you can find out about all the other things going on. We got DJs and synth performers tonight. We got talks going until 5 p.m. And we got a chill out day tomorrow, Sunday. So, yeah, and now it's introduction time. Today we have Tina and Mark. Tina and Mark have been working on this project with this ship's wheel. It's going to end up eventually in the Selkirk Marine Museum, and it's a side gig for them working on this. So give it up for Tina and Mark.
All right. Okay, so we're presenting today here an Arduino encoder for a ship's wheel. The whole story behind that is occasionally we work with someone who does displays for small museums in Manitoba, and when he's doing things with electronics displays or interactive displays, he sometimes asks for ideas of what could be done to make this better. So a little while ago he said there's this concept called range lights in marine navigation, and it's essentially allows a ship to figure out that they're still within the channel where they're supposed to be. You have two lights that are in line with each other, and if you are in line with the channel where you're supposed to be, then they will be aligned, but if you're outside of the channel, then they'll be away from each other. So in order to demonstrate this, rather than just showing a video, we said, well, maybe we can actually sort of build a little game. That's not what we're talking about today. It's not much of a game, it's just a way to simulate this better. But wouldn't it be exciting if we actually had a ship's wheel to control the game rather than having somebody use a joystick or a keyboard? So they said they had a ship's wheel sitting in their museum shop. It is an old, it is I guess a museum artifact, but it is not a super high grade one. I mean, it's missing its extra post. So they said, hey, well, if you can work with this, let's build this thing. So yeah, that's what we were starting out with. So what did we have as a requirement? We wanted to have something where this ship's wheel can put out a rotation, whether it's turning left or right, and we wanted it to be turned out as well. For the actual range light display, it will be arrow keys. For today, we've set it up as what letters did you use?
Eleanor,
LNR. Yeah, just so that if it needed to go into a game or something else, it would be a little bit more visual.
But we know it's actually port and starboard.
As good as,
Yes. So it needed to put out a key click, just because that is an easy way to feed something into a computer. We wanted to have a minimal impact on the artifact itself, so that if this thing doesn't fly or breaks, or they want to just get rid of it later, they can take this off and it'll look like what it was. Yeah, USB connection for simple setup and use, because they sometimes move stuff around and the rest of the display will be wall mounted, but this, if they want to party or clean, they can just unplug it and carry it away and put it back. And we wanted to keep it reasonably cheap. The other thing is it'll be used in museum settings, so I was asking initially, okay, how stable is this? Because I'm always worried, is there going to be some 5-year-old who's going to be leaning this way or spinning it that way and whacking themselves in the head with it? So it turns out this has been sitting in their museum shop for a long time anyways, so they were comfortable with it being stable enough, and where if you can't whack yourself in the head with it, they've had the risk before and they're comfortable with that risk. So that was sort of our requirements for it. And so some of the decisions we made was we were going to use Hall sensors to detect the motion. Hall sensors and magnets. Hall sensors just being, they detect magnetic fields. Use quadrature encoding to figure out which direction, how fast. Use an Arduino Pro Micro as the USB human interface device, because they can easily turn output, provide output that it looks like a keyboard or mouse. And then we decided we're going to have the controller itself sit right in here so that it's close to where the sensors are, rather than put the Arduino and the actual game, it would show on a Raspberry Pi together in the same place. So we decided to make the longer connection a USB cable that goes between them. And we designed and built a 3D printed case. So That's where Mark especially, I think, was listening quite closely to the first presentation we had today. So that's how we decided to build it. So quadrature encoding I mentioned is about how are we detecting how this thing is actually moving. You can buy different kinds of rotary encoders. What we end up using is an incremental encoder, so it doesn't actually tell us where we are. Mark's dad has some nautical background, was offering, oh, I can put you guys a Turk's head, you
Turk's
said?
head knot,
Yeah,
yeah.
Turk's head knot, so that you have the center spoke that should be up, and like, nope, can't do that, because the way we're doing this is like, it doesn't matter where it starts, you plug it in, and that's just where it starts at 0, and from there, you can turn it one way or the other. It only knows an increment of, you've moved it this way, you've moved it that way. It doesn't care where you started out. So the way that quadrature encoding works is just it takes the first sensor, it takes it as a you have moved, and it looks at the second sensor and says, ah, you've moved left or right. And it does it by, I kind of made a different sort of graphic for that, I hope that's clear enough. So it offsets the sensors by 1/4 of the distance between the magnets. And that way, as you're moving the magnets past it, so the first one at the top, I can't even point that high, but the first one at the top just shows you nothing is being read right now. They would both see a 0, and as you move the magnets to the right, the Hall sensor 1 at the top says, oh, I've seen some movement. Now I'm going to listen to Hall sensor number 2. What is the next transition for Hall sensor number 2? It goes from 0 to 1. Oh, we're moving right. Whereas if you have the movement in the bottom here, you're moving left. You start out, I'm seeing nothing. And you're still seeing nothing, even though the second Hall sensor has changed. You don't care, you disregard that. But now you move a little further. Okay, Hall sensor 1 has seen something. A change has happened. Now we're going to wait for the second Hall sensor. What does it do? Oh, it goes from 1 to 0. That means we're turning left. So between those two sensors, we can just tell which direction it is moving. It's a little sort of weird and complicated to look at when you first see it, but the old computer mice which had the balls in them, they used something pretty similar to that. So that's how we decided to do it. And I'm going to Mark tell you guys what we actually set up.
Okay. First things first, you want to give the wheel a spin?
Oh yeah, I can do that.
We just got a tablet with a little word processor on
See
it.
that from where you are?
So Mark, bring this under. So go ahead and give it a spin. One way. So it's just sending plain old keystrokes, that's all. No fancy serial code, no buffers, no anything, just keystrokes. So, yeah, we ended up going with 24 magnets. I think our first setup had 28, but then it was a little bit too noisy. We would get some false readings from the quadrature encoding. The Arduino is held in the case back here, which actually, if you want to give me a hand, take off the wheel. This could be very loud. Oh, that almost was very loud.
I got it.
All right. So inside here, you can see the two Hall sensors, and their wires, positive, ground, and signal. They go to an Arduino Pro Micro that is held inside the box, and then that is just powered by this USB cable that went to the tablet. And yeah, the casing. Up at the top right there, you can see the 3 rings with different densities of holes for the magnets. We use I think they were 8mm magnets from Princess Auto.
I think there were 6 ones.
6mm?
Yeah, 1/4 inch, 6 inch.
Yeah. And so, yeah, the magnets are attached to the wheel itself, obviously, and the Hall sensors are here.
Yeah, it's not even glued on yet, but that's just the ring that goes on there. Just easier to do it that way than to move it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we hadn't finalized this yet for actual gluing it on.
Yeah, that's not going to be how it goes to the museum.
With duct tape.
Yeah. But like Tina was saying, one of the things that we needed to, one of the requirements that we had was to keep the original artifact, if you will, as stock as possible. This was donated by somebody, I don't know how many years ago. Thank you, Ronald Ruck, wherever you are. So yeah, all of this stuff is original, and we would like to keep it that way. So that's why everything just straps to the post, and the enclosure is printed to fit. So why did we go with an Arduino Pro Micro? Well, the big thing that this has over a lot of the traditional Arduinos that everybody's familiar with, say the Nano, for instance, is that this has a ATmega 32U4 microcontroller on it, which has a built-in USB controller, so it can function as a mouse or a keyboard. The other microcontrollers, like the ones built around the ATmega 328P, don't have that ability. They can talk serial, but they can't talk keyboard or mouse. So the nice thing about it is that, like we showed with the tablet, it's really easy to see and troubleshoot, because if you turn it right and it says W, you know something's wrong. Sorry, if you turn it to starboard. The Hall effect sensors that we use are SS49Es. They are very inexpensive, about 50 cents a piece. They work from 3 to 6.5 volts, so perfect. As you all probably know, USB is 5 volt. And they go north or south based on, well, they go high or low above a certain midpoint, based on whether it's a north or south magnetic field.
So our magnets are switched one way and the other from one to the next.
Yeah. So yeah, here circuit, it's pretty simple.
Oh, that explains it.
Yeah,
Okay.
2 Hall sensors on 2 analog to digital converter ports, and they both run right off of the power supply that's being supplied to the Arduino. One of the other nice things about it being 5 volts, in addition to it being the same voltage that comes out of your computer or out of your tablet or out of your phone, as far as USB goes, it also gives you a nice wide range for your analog to digital conversions. So there is, it's a little more, not immune, but tends to not pay attention to noise as much. You get a, 200 millivolt spike on one of the lines. That means a lot more at 3 volts than it does at 5. So the code itself, did you want to talk about the code?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we really want to get too deeply into it, but that's just the pseudocode for it is, and it's similar to what I was explaining on the graphic earlier. It's like you read the pins, you find a min, max, and a min, just because depending on where you have this thing sitting, and if the sensors have bumped around a little bit, like these little holders here. I'll just go back to this one here. The ones that are shown in blue here, they're mounted down here. They're actually mounted with screws so that you can adjust them slightly, because if they are not exactly that quarter distance out of phase, then you will not always get the right reading. So what it tries to do by having by reading the min, max, and mid every time is it settles into a separate, and then you can read has the first Hall sensor changed its state, and if it has changed its state, you wait for the second one that tells you whether it was left or right. So if somebody changes direction, you get that. I have the code somewhere, but really it's not that exciting. It's really only about a page of code. One of the things I really liked about this project is it's really quite simple and straightforward and rebuildable, so I thought it might be interesting for a hackathon.
I should say though, one of the things that's very nice about using the keystrokes like this is, like I mentioned earlier, that it's very easy to troubleshoot. One of the bad things about it is that, I can't emphasize this enough, this should never be used in a situation where there's any kind of security or any kind of worries that somebody else is going to intercept your traffic, because not only is this not secure, it is actually built to tell you exactly what it's seeing. In plain text, literally. But about the Arduinos again, one of the nice things, and we have to worry about, if it's in a museum setting, we got to worry about temperature cycling. Is it going into storage? We got to worry about humidity. We got to worry about kids with greasy fingers. We got to worry about adults with greasy fingers. We got to worry about all kinds of stuff. But one of the very nice things about these little devices is that they consume very little power, and so there is very little waste heat. So you can take them, if you're happy with them, and dunk them in. You got a epoxy you have that, what do you call it, the liquid electrician's tape. You can do all that. We've done that, we've tried it. We've used these outside for years, and they've been perfectly happy. And yeah, here's just an overview of what it costs to produce this. We said $1 for Hall sensors, $10 to $15 for the actual Arduino, less than $1 for wires and solder, and about $5 for the 3D printing. And that would probably be less if I didn't have to print this part 8 times.
Yeah, that's.
So we also have a shop dog.
Oh yes, of
Yes,
course.
the dog tag.
The dog tags,
Yeah.
yes.
But this is one of the nice things about the quadrature encoding is that it doesn't have to be in a circle. You can use it for things like, is your garage door, like you can use it linearly. Is your garage door opening or closing? How quickly is it opening or closing? Sliding closet door. Is that somebody getting into your cutlery drawer and stealing your silver? What's going on? It has all kinds of different uses, and it's used in all kinds of things, like you said, mice and stuff like that.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a rotary encoder, it could be a linear encoder as well. It's
Yeah.
a concept. Concept's useful for other things. So I think that's really all there is to say about
Pretty
this.
much that, yeah.
Cool. So you guys can start Q&A in the room then, and I will. I'm going to let the internet know it can jump into the video conference for Q&A.
I think I know why you wouldn't go for it, but did you think about maybe using like a gyroscope sensor instead to kind of check if there have been changes? Like I get that you have to like glue it to it, and that might be an issue, but like
one of the, and we thought about rotary encoders. We thought about we thought about optical, and gyroscope would actually have been very interesting, but the problem is it would have somehow had to have been coupled to the
I
rest
was
of it.
thinking like if you put it on like an axle, but if the axle doesn't rotate with it, then you're kind of in trouble.
Yeah.
Well, so then you actually have a mechanical part, right? With Hall sensors, what you have is you have everything solid
Yeah.
state, and the part that's moving, if you were to put the gyroscope on the wheel itself, like I mean a bunch of
Oh, yeah, that would
microcontrollers
be-
have it built in, then you wouldn't have to do any mechanical coupling, but
Yeah.
then you have to do something electrical, right? Either you have to give it a battery or you have to send a signal. So we didn't want to have the moving part have anything to do with the electronics, and we didn't, if possible, we did not want to have any mechanical parts in there.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because ideally, the folks, whoever is going to be using this, if they want to put it into storage, they can just take the wheel off,
Yeah.
put it wherever, and not have to worry about any kind of connections or screws or anything like
Yeah,
that.
mice were doing it with light, which in a way would be even, like you can go get a much higher resolution. Like if you look at if you crack open an old mouse, if you can still find one, the wheels have slots that are like millimeters from each other, so you could get a much higher resolution with that. But then I have a dog, I know dust gets everywhere, and those museums aren't that great for it either. So we figured with the magnets it would be less likely to
Yeah. that
just suddenly not work after a
makes
year.
more
and figure out
maintainable.
why. Yeah, so this is the not needing any maintenance. Hopefully this
Yeah.
just will work and no one has to touch it.
Yeah.
But if somebody does have to touch it, it's all relatively stock parts. Like I mean, if somebody really wanted to recreate any part of it, it should be possible. I mean, we're going to provide this with the code for the Arduino and the files for the 3D printing if it falls over and cracks in half or something. So.
Mm.
Did
you use a standard Arduino development environment, or do you use something special for your software?
I just use the Arduino development
Oh, okay.
environment. Yeah, I mean, it's a page of code. There's nothing fancy in there.
It's Lego blocks. It all snaps together and it just works. It's wonderful stuff.
Yeah.
Do you have any issues then with the speed of any of the library functions or anything of that nature?
This is such a simple thing. Like, I mean, somebody would have to really put a hamster on this to
Yeah.
make it spin at a time where you worry about missing a signal, and then you don't care about missing a signal, right? Like, I mean, okay, so you just have to twist the wheel a little further, and then it still does the same thing. That's one of the nice things about using incremental encoding rather than using a positional encoding. If you miss a signal, who cares? You're just turning it one further, you have one more increment, and it works again. It's like your mouse wheel, it doesn't have to, if you miss a click, it doesn't matter, you just scroll again.
And it's well, I just did one of those things where I just lost what I was going to say. The only library that we're actually using is also the Arduino's keyboard library. Everything else is just plain ADC reads. That's it.
And of course, the saddest thing is when you go to a museum, there's an interactive exhibit and it doesn't work. Is there anything there to reinitialize the Arduino if it falls asleep or gets hung up on something?
In the end, it becomes a bit of a unplug the thing and plug it back in. So it's interesting you're saying this. Like we've done a few other exhibits for the same person, and there's probably a visit out to a different museum in our near future to say, well, why is this stuff not working anymore? So yes, I mean, in the end, that is sort of the risky part. You're building something, but it's not fully tested in a climate cycling environment with 100 hours of someone spinning the thing and hoping that it still works. But at the same time, if the Selkirk Marine Museum wanted something like that, they could never afford it.
Right.
So that's sort of where we're hoping that just doing this on a budget
It's good enough is often good enough.
will hopefully work, right? Yeah.
Everybody knows when your computer breaks, you turn it off,
Oh, yeah.
turn it on.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Conditions.
So
Yeah.
90%, 99.9% of troubleshooting will
Yeah.
work.
And the upstream device from this is going to be, like Tina said, it's going to be a Raspberry Pi running a little video simulation. And being realistic, chances are, if there's going to be a problem, it's going to be with that. And rebooting that will also bounce the USB ports and start that again.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, really, there's one thing that they can easily do: plug it in, unplug it. There's no reset button. There's no on-off switch. It's just if that doesn't solve it, they'll probably have to talk to us to do any further troubleshooting.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Questions from the back?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. We do have it looks like 5 viewers on YouTube, but they have not taken me up on the opportunity to jump onto a video conference or next slide. Okay, so now we actually get a bit of a break. Ryan's talk has been canceled, but Ryan did provide us a video that I'm going to run during our extended sort of lunch break here. And actually, if anyone has a Bill, do you remember your start time?
2:15.
2:15. So yeah, Bill's talk will be on at 2:15 as scheduled. But yeah, what Ryan has, I'm gonna read some text Ryan had for introducing his thing. Okay, so what Ryan has lined up in lieu of his availability is it's a 30-minute episode of a show called Doug Henning's World of Magic, a TV show from the 80s from a Winnipeg magician, and it revitalized magic back in those days. this gentleman Doug got a Canadian Arts grant to go learn magic in Los Angeles, and proceeded to incorporate into his act his belief in real magic through his practice of transcendental meditation. And so Ryan notes that Arthur C. Clarke's quote on how any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic really helps set the precedent for how audiences react and interpret magic shows. It would have been great to go over the thought process of magicians and how it can help people with their ability to solve problems and even invent puzzles. Ryan notes there's another known magician in the community from Winnipeg, Mel Stover. But I think a brief introduction saying how learning magic is a great way to help develop new ways of thinking when approaching problems in other fields would be great. So and actually, I'm going to be just showing this actually just in the room. It won't be in the stream, so I should switch the stream over to break mode. So sorry to folks in internet land. But hey, while we still have them here, one more round of applause for Tina and Mark. lapel test 1, 2, 3. Lapel test number 2. Lapel test 3. lapel test number 4 or 5, whatever it is. Lapel test number 6. Lapel test 7. Lapel test 8. Lapel test 9. And we are back at Hax Skullspace Festival, 3rd edition. Support the hackerspace, skullspace.ca/donate, or the donate section on the hax.skullspace.ca website. We've been sponsored by a member crowdfund and less.net providing internet. Tonight we've got DJs and synth performances. There's a Twitch link for that. And tomorrow is our casual chill day. We've got exhibits, we've got gaming, we've got ways you can participate remotely, things you can do in person, ways you can kind of be both at the same time. So it's all good stuff. If you missed it yesterday, we had a panel on a different YouTube link for that. Okay, now it's quarter after, so now I'm not in free talk, I'm in the real thing here. Bill Shymanski is the perfect person to tell us about an oscilloscope. He's a retired electrical engineer. I got that right?
Yep.
Many people in Winnipeg who've been around a long time would know Bill from the BBS days. And Bill is a longtime friend of my other half. So it's been a pleasure getting to know you, Bill, and I'm really looking forward to what you've got here. So a round of welcoming for Bill Shymanski.
Thanks, Mark. That's a very nice introduction, and that saves me one whole section of my pitch. I am Bill Shymanski. I will talk to you today about the oscilloscope. When I was a young lad growing up, I wanted an oscilloscope my whole life, and when I turned 14, I got one. I'll just briefly go over why an oscilloscope is useful. I'll mention the difference between analog and digital oscilloscopes. I have a very short demonstration to show an oscilloscope being used on an actual circuit. I'll talk about the performance numbers that really determine what a scope can do and what to look for if you're want to use a scope for your own experiments. Because scopes are now digital, they have advanced functions in them. I'll talk about some of those as well. There are alternatives to the benchtop oscilloscope. I'll mention a few of those. If there's time, I will get to buying a scope. There will be 2 jokes. Why an oscilloscope? Slide. Slide. It's okay. And again. One more. Okay. Okay. If you've been doing electronics for a while, you're probably familiar with the voltmeter, multimeter. Basic instrument, tells you what the voltage is at a point in time. But if you want to see how that voltage changes with time, the voltmeter has many limitations. It's slow and it's manually recorded. So knowing how a voltage changes with time is knowing how that signal behaves, and we do a lot of stuff with signals in electronics. You can, for example, with the proper instrument, the oscilloscope, look for noise or distortion on your signals. You can measure the frequency and amplitude of a signal. You can also look for its phase with respect to some other signal. If you're looking at pulses, you can look at things as the pulse duty cycle, the rise time, the pulse width. You can look at a digital data stream. You can look at the 1s and 0s on the wire as they go out to your another device and decide whether you're talking to address 4C or C4. Or you can look at the stream of pulses going out through infrared communications and actually detect that whole data stream. Anyway, the oscilloscope is the microscope of electronics. It's your eyes into the system that let you see things that you couldn't see otherwise. In the early days, slide, analog scopes were all there were. An analog scope generally used a cathode ray tube, like you had in old-time television sets or old-time computer monitors, and a set of calibrated amplifiers that took your very small signal at the input of the scope and amplified it to the hundreds of volts needed to deflect a beam across the screen. Challenging design project, because if you wanted that, if you were looking at a 10 megahertz signal, your beam had to wiggle at 10 megahertz and the whole system had to respond evenly. Cathode ray tubes, of course, as we're familiar with, are big and power consuming and fragile, and they bloom, they go to focus, they fade, they wear out. In a school lab, it was quite often common to find a little hole burnt in the middle of the screen where somebody left the beam centered for too long and damaged the CRT. Slide. Now we go into the digital world. Like an analog scope, a digital scope has a set of calibrated amplifiers, but instead of a CRT, it goes to a very fast analog to digital converter. And this is a circuit that takes a voltage, measures it, and produces a number that represents the magnitude of that voltage, stores that number in a high-speed memory. Then the processor in the scope can go look at that high-speed memory, read those numbers out, and give you a plot of voltage versus time. And of course that voltage could represent actual voltage, or it could represent vibration, it could represent pressure, temperature, it could matter. Any variable that can be turned into a voltage can be displayed. In the processor's spare time, it also puts annotations on the screen so you know what you're looking at, voltage, magnitude, and so on. And it animates all the buttons and lights and switches on the screen as well. Because the scope has a computer in it now, it can directly measure things that in the old days you'd have to count grid squares and multiply by factors to calculate. So you can directly display voltage, amplitude, or frequency on the screen without doing any manual calculations. Slide. I have here, we're too far ahead. I have here a simple circuit. It's a 2-transistor oscillator called a multivibrator. And I will use it to demonstrate use of the scope and the parts of the scope as far as very basic operations go. So the controls this, pardon me, you have to connect to your device under test or your circuit under test. Use a probe for that. These probes are not just a wire in a holder, they actually have a small network in there. It's very important not to put a load on the circuit that you're testing because you'll disturb how it operates. So these probes have an attenuator in them so that they increase the input impedance of the system so that it minimally disturbs the circuit you're testing. You can still disturb it, but not as much. The scope probe has a little hook at the top, which is spring-loaded, and you can clamp onto your wire leads with that. Or if you're probing right at the pins of an integrated circuit or on a circuit trace on a printed circuit board, there's a little sharp probe inside that you can just slide off the hook and probe directly. All measurements are referenced to ground, so the scope probe has with it a little clip lead that represents ground. And so it measures the voltage between the clip lead and the hook. Point of caution, when you're using a scope with multiple channels, all these clip leads, all these ground leads are connected together. They all connect back through the scope, through a big connector on the front called a BNC connector. And those are all connected to the chassis ground internally to the scope, and in turn they are connected to the power supply ground pin as well. So you must be very careful not to put your clip leads across two different points in your circuit that are different voltages, because you will short it out. You may damage your circuit, you may damage your test lead, you could damage you. I have a burnt out oscilloscope probe that I could show you if you're really interested. I've done it. Okay, I'm just going to connect up to this circuit, and I know that these 2 points are at the same ground potential, so I am quite comfortable connecting my clip leads there. And you can already see on the screen I've got a little bit of noise and vibration, just basically 60 hertz pickup from just handling the instrument. All right then. We'll talk about the 3 groups of controls. Oh, let's power up our little oscillator here. So, snap in the battery, and suddenly I've got a nice uniform trace in there. It's a little out of focus and hard to see, so we need to zoom in on it to get more information out of that display. So the first group of controls you look at is the vertical axis, the y-axis. And that controls how many volts represents 1 square on the screen. So as you turn that down, so now I'm at 2 volts per division. And you can also use the control to center it on the display and put it at some convenient reference value. And the scope will actually show you where it thinks 0 volts are, and then these pulses are all positive going pulses. So, okay, so I've zoomed in on it in the vertical direction, but I can't see anything inside, so I need to go to the x-axis, the time axis. And that is also calibrated, and you can speed that up. So right now I'm at 20 milliseconds per division. You can see, I can see more detail in there. I can keep speeding up, speeding up, speeding up, speeding up. Okay, now I'm at 1 millisecond per division. I can see the waveform crawling across the screen. So I can see there's something going on there, but it'd be nice if I could hold that still. The problem is the scope starts measuring at some arbitrary point with respect to what's going on in your circuit under test. So the third group of controls is triggering. And basically there's a level at which you can set the trigger and tell the scope, say, stop or start measuring when you get to 6 volts. When you get to 6 volts, start taking samples and then display them. And you can see now the trace is stationary on the screen because it's always starting at the same point on the first wave it sees. So, and because I have 2 channels, oops, I can turn on the second channel, but I'm working upside down. Okay, so you can see it's very small. I can, again, increase the amplitude with the x-axis, and I can put the 0 reference there. And now you can see my 2 transistors are switching on and off. So one switch is off, and the other one is on, and the second one switches off, and the first one comes back on again, and they alternate forever. And this produces a waveform that looks a little bit like a square wave, except you notice it's got a bit of a rounded edge to it. That's because there's capacitors on the board. They take time to discharge, and you see that RC time constant on the waveform here. And I can, again, zoom in there and make that as large as I want. And if you were looking at it very closely, you can see the scope is actually trying to measure the frequency of this oscillation, and it can tell me other things too, like the amplitude, the voltage, and so on. So that is a demonstration as far as it's going to go for this point. All right. let's talk about performance. That's the next slide. No, back one. Yeah, you're to your advanced. I need performance numbers. There we no, you gotta go. There we go. Oh, good. All right. Performance numbers. Different scopes have different qualities. The very first thing to look at in a scope for evaluating it is bandwidth. And in engineering terms, bandwidth is the frequency at which the response drops off to 70% of its response at low frequencies. This particular scope has a 200 megahertz bandwidth. There's a rule of thumb, rule of 5. You should have 5 times the bandwidth of the highest frequency you're interested in looking at. So for example, with this 200 megahertz scope, I can look at a 40 megahertz waveform and be reasonably sure that I'm getting an accurate or some accuracy in the representation on the screen. The other thing that's closely related to bandwidth is rise time, how fast a pulse changes and how fast the scope can resolve it. That's a pretty fixed relationship. It's 0.35 divided by the bandwidth. So for example, this 200 megahertz scope has a rise time of about 1.8 nanoseconds. That's important if you're looking at signals driving logic gates. You can see that if it doesn't meet the transition time of the logic gate, it may not actually work. So useful to know what the rise time is of a signal coming into a system. So rise time and bandwidth are common to both digital and analog scopes, but digital scopes have some parameters that affect their performance too, which are worthy of mention. Biggest important parameter there is the sample rate. This scope says it samples at 1 gigasample per second, which is pretty common for entry-level scopes these days. That's divided over the 2 channels. So each channel is being sampled 500 million times per second. If you're looking at one channel, you get 1 billion samples per second. Again, the rule of 5 applies. You want to sample about 5 times as fast as the highest frequency you're interested in studying. There's a Nyquist criterion that says twice as fast, but that only applies to infinite sine waves, and we very rarely look at infinite sine waves when we're doing electronics. Point of interest, entry-level scopes have a sample size of 8 bits, which means that these traces only have 256 possible values on the screen. That's not bad compared to what we're used to. If you actually think about how an analog scope works, that's about all the resolution you could get. You couldn't resolve them any finer than that. You can get scopes with more resolution for about 3 times the money or 4 times the money that this one cost. You can get 10 bits. There's 12 bits, there's 14 bits, but as you go up in bits, they get more and more expensive until you finally get into the ones that you're buying with somebody else's money because you can't possibly afford to buy it yourself. The big differentiator in the entry-level scope area is memory depth. That's how many samples the scope stores every time. And on some of the early digital scopes, respected names like Tektronix, they only store 2,500 samples. That's okay if you're looking at something that doesn't change very much from time to time, but if you're hunting for glitches or you want to store a large frame of data or a whole line of video at some high resolution, you need more sample depth. 1 megabyte or 1 million samples is pretty common. This scope again has 14 million samples of memory, but it's split over the 2 channels, so each channel can have up to 7 million samples unless I use only one channel, in which case I get 14 million samples. More memory depth is better. Nicer scopes, more costly scopes have more memory depth, 40 million samples available, up to the 400 million samples that some very expensive scopes can do. Okay, on the next slide, I'd like to talk about advanced functions of the scope. Even an analog scope has various triggering options, like it could trigger on a positive going slope or a negative going slope or on a level. Old analog scopes even had external triggering, or they'd have something that's called video line triggering, where you can actually pick out a line of video in an NTSC video signal and display it. Digital scopes have so much more because they can do thresholds, they can do window triggering, which means that if the signal enters a certain range, it can trigger and show you what's going on. The scope can detect a runt pulse. Say you're turning your ship's wheel, and once in a while it seems to skip. You can actually have the scope watch the output of the Hall sensors and say, okay, this pulse is smaller than the others. Maybe my wheel is wobbling, whatever. And that's a possibility with advanced triggering options that you get on modern scopes. Because it's a computer in a box, it can do math functions. Well, actually, even analog scopes could add channel 1 and channel 2 together, or subtract channel 1 from channel 2. But these can do so much more. They can do square root. They can do multiply 2 channels together to get a product. And of course, my favorite party trick is they can do a fast Fourier transform. So this shows you this waveform, and I'll just turn off the other channel for clarity. It shows you the harmonic components of the waveform coming in. And because this isn't quite a square wave, it has not only even-numbered, odd-numbered harmonics, the first, third, fifth, and so on, but also has even-numbered, second, fourth, and so on. So you can resolve those harmonics. That's very useful to detect distortion in an amplifier, or if you're studying the vibration of a system, you can see the components, the frequency components in that vibration, and perhaps deduce whether it's the 13-tooth gear that's chipped or the 27-tooth gear that's chipped, that type of thing. Digital scopes very often will have serial protocol code. You can hook up your probes to transmit data, receive data on clock. That's incidentally why you'd want to have a 4-channel scope instead of a 2-channel scope. And you can decode SPI or I2C bus, or even just a common UART, asynchronous serial data. And that is very useful in the world of microcontrollers because you're talking to SPI bus peripherals all the time, or I2C peripherals all the time. You can actually see what it's sending out to the device. Or if you've got a black box that you're trying to analyze, you can see what the internal components are talking to each other and sending to each other. So that is a place where 4 channels is better than 2 because you can do the clock as well as transmit and receive data. Scopes only a little bit nicer than mine will have signal generators built in. And this is handy because you can connect the signal generator to your project and measure the response of the project back again and see what your amplifier or filter or whatever you're building is doing to the signal. And because it's synchronized with the scope can control everything and all in one package. I don't have that on mine. That was another $400, I think. There's something called a mixed signal scope out there. These are all analog channels. They can take any value. Digital channels are only on or off, 1 or 0. But you can do many of them at high speeds for only a little money and display them on the same screen as your analog signals. So if you've got a complicated system that's an analog to digital analog converter or something of that nature where you want to see what data's coming in and what the analog response is, you can do it all on one screen. And they also have very advanced triggers, functions for triggering and so on digital data patterns. Here's the second joke. A logic analyzer is a much more sophisticated instrument than an oscilloscope for doing computer stuff. In the book, The Soul of a New Machine, they used to joke that oscilloscopes are what the cavemen used to debug fire. That was the second joke. Because it's a computer, it has interfaces, of course. It could talk to the world. This one has a very nice USB port on the front, and I can plug in a Commodore Garden thumb drive, and it thinks for a bit, and it says thumb drive detective, and then I can press my second favorite button on the scope called print screen, and it saves everything that's on the screen as a PNG file on the thumb drive, and that's useful. You can take that and paste it into your report for your client or your customer or your lab notebook. You can also save all the samples that are taken as a CSV file and do your own statistics on them, so you can look for noise or look for patterns in the data. And that is something that was very hard to do with old style analog scopes. I'm running a little behind, but I'm good. Okay. In the old days, you had to literally take a camera and attach it in front of the scope, open the shutter of the camera, do the thing with the circuit, and hope that you caught it on the film, and then you pull up your Polaroid back and hope that you caught your signal. It's so much nicer today. The other side of the interfaces is that this scope also has USB in and Ethernet ports. And with those, you can use software to drive the scope from a desktop computer. So for example, you can do everything on the desktop computer that you can do from the front panel, or you can download a setup to the computer. You can do complicated test protocols by downloading commands to the scope and reading back the data it produces. And you can do the same thing over Ethernet as well. Caution with Siglent in particular is that they don't authenticate the users over Ethernet or USB. So anybody in the world can get into your network and talk to your oscilloscope and change what it's doing, and you may not be able to tell what it's doing remotely. So a bit of a security issue there, but for the home gamer, not probably too much of a consideration. Let's talk about things that are like scopes but aren't a desktop scope. Next slide, that's this one. You can take all the high-speed electronics out of here, the A to D converter, the memory, and the USB interface, put it in a box, and call it a PC-hosted oscilloscope. And those used to be slow and not very good, but they are comparable now in performance to the entry-level scopes. My personal preference is for a traditional instrument because when I'm going to do some troubleshooting on the bench, I want a tool that has the familiar user interface that I'm used to, as opposed to hauling out the laptop computer, booting it up, waiting for the drivers to update, and all the other nonsense that you get into with computers. So some of the PC-hosted scopes have very good software that comes with them for things like automotive testing. You can do things like ignition system analysis or differential compression testing or all kinds of, or look at the sensors on a car. But that's a whole other world, and I don't know very much about it. There are very cheap Atmel-hosted microprocessor-based scope projects out there that you can solder together yourself. They start from $20 and go up to about $50 or $60. I bought one for play value. I got my money's worth out of it, but as a general purpose electronics test instrument, it's got some limitations. Number one, they're all slow. They only go up to at most 1 megasample per second. And all the ones I've seen are only one channel. The user interface is a little bit primitive because it's buttons and slide switches on the box. It's a little hard to use compared to something with proper knobs on it and a proper user interface. And the displays are often very tiny and hard to read. There are handheld oscilloscopes out there, very common configuration. Great if you're on the go, if you're doing a debugging MIDI on a theater setup or something and you want to see what's going on in the MIDI interfaces. The problem is a lot of them start off as basically the same as the kit-built scopes. They're very slow and clumsy. The ones that are relatively fast seem to be very expensive. In my steelmaking days, I had a very nice Fluke handheld oscilloscope. It was 2 channels, 20 megahertz, not very outstanding by today's performance levels, but it was $3,500. And the Fluke scopes still haven't come down in price since those days. So they're very expensive for what they do. And then, of course, there's the free oscilloscope that almost everybody has already. In your computer, you're more likely to have a sound card. Sound cards are great. They have 16 bits of resolution. Yay. But the drawback is that they're very slow. They're meant for use with sound, so they only sample at 44, 48 kilohertz. Some of them go up to 300 kilohertz for a premium sound card. The big problem for electronics use is they're not calibrated. There's no scale factor consistency, and they only have a limited input range because they're meant to use with line level input or a microphone. So you have to build attenuators to get them to work with your logic signals or whatever. The other drawback is they're not DC coupled. They only go down to 30 hertz, 20 hertz, 10 hertz, but in the DC range they're blocked. They don't digitize DC at all. So for electronics test bench use, they're kind of restricted. There is very good free software out there that lets you use them for things like characterizing room acoustics, doing audio studies, and in that field they shine, but for a general electronics test instrument, they're not preferred. Last slide. Buying a scope. As I think we were talking about at the break a little bit, I would avoid the vacuum tube based instruments you find at hamfests and flea markets sometimes. How much time have I got? 5 minutes, lots of time. I'd avoid the tube-based ones you find at hamfests and flea markets. They are going to be a project in themselves. It's like a live steam locomotive. Yes, they're marvels of engineering, but they're not something that you can just go out and use every day. Similarly, on eBay, there's a legendary $20 scope on eBay. Yeah, except you're probably going to wind up paying $150 for shipping, and it won't have probes, and it won't have any manuals, and you don't know what condition it's in. It'll be missing knobs. I'd be reluctant to buy a secondhand scope I hadn't seen, but some people had very good experiences on eBay. I actually sold my old 2215 online, and the guy who got it was incredibly happy with it, but he actually got to see it running before he left with after giving me his money. Also remember, those old-time scopes you find on eBay and other places are primitive. They might have only 20 megahertz of bandwidth, which is barely adequate for the digital world. Great for sound and radio TV service, which is what they were originally aimed at, but for the digital world, 20 megahertz is very limiting. As a point of reference, do not pay a lot of money for a second-hand scope. As a point of reference, this thing, brand new, you can go click add to cart on Amazon, and it can be in your, on your doorstep in 3 days for $500 Canadian. And this does everything I ever wanted to do with a scope. That sounds like a lot of money. If you give up a little bit of bandwidth, or if you go to one of the other makers, you can probably get a reasonably decent entry-level brand new scope for 300 Canadian. And to me, that seems like a terrific bargain because I grew up with the era of $600 scopes. This one is made by a company called Siglent. Another well-known manufacturer is called Rigol. They're interesting because you can apparently hack a Rigol scope and turn a 50 megahertz scope into a 200 megahertz scope with a software download. Other manufacturers that are on the entry-level market are Hantech and O1, but I would check the reviews very carefully for the exact model you're looking at because they tend to have interesting software quirks that might be hard to live with. And again, you can go to the big name scopes like Roden Schwartz or Tektronix or Keyence or whatever, but their entry-level instruments are going to be built on the same production lines as these because they're all built in China. And yeah, you might get a little bit better support, but you're going to pay a lot of money for them compared to the mystery brands. And that concludes my talk. Thank you so much for your attention. This has been tremendous fun, and I would be thrilled to answer any questions for the next couple of minutes until Mark chases me away. Thanks so much.
You know, questions from the room, just repeat them back into the mic.
Any questions from the room?
Got some hands there.
A hand, yes.
Do you have an hourly rate for debugging an analog circuit, clock in a circuit?
I'm not allowed to practice engineering anymore, so that would constitute practicing, but I could certainly give friendly advice for free. Dumb looks are free. But yeah, we could talk. I've got time on my hands. Yes, sir.
What is the... I had a signal generator.
Yes.
I hooked up the output, I hooked up the grounds, and I got smoked.
Smoke.
Yes.
I came very close to that in my early days when I bought my $50 signal generator and oscilloscope combination. The problem is that this is older test equipment that you had?
Yeah.
Okay, the problem is you've got to watch for ground leaks. A lot of old instruments were hot chassis. They had a connection to the power line. And sometimes, especially in an older instrument, you'll get a lot of leakage current building up or a capacitor short out. I'm being chased away here. And you'll get essentially a live chassis. And if you have a ground loop through there, that live AC current passes through what should be ground and actually goes to the other instrument and smoke ensues.
That doesn't happen very often just
You can still smoke one of these. As I said, I've got a burnt probe to show you if you really are interested, but as long as you're aware that that metal shell is connected to Manitoba Hydro earth ground at the other side. And there are techniques around it, which I don't have time to go into now because that's a whole topic by itself. But yes, ground loops are deadly in any kind of multiple instrument measuring. And you know, even if you're using your USB cable, that be careful that you're not going to shock your precious laptop computer with, because you're trying to debug a guitar amplifier with 400 volts coming out of it. All right, anything from the outside world? Nothing from the outside world. That was a great presentation because nobody had any questions afterwards. All right, thanks so much. This was a hoot. Thank you. All right, Mr. Jenkins, you have the floor.
clapping in the background, and that's
Well,
super neat.
hold
It's
on.
more enjoyable than just talking into the abyss.
Hey, just a moment, Sarah. It turns out that I was muted on YouTube. So I'm just gonna say again, for the sake of YouTube, Sarah LaCroix presenting for at least the third time to Skullspace. It's probably been many more times. Here she is, Sarah LaCroix.
Hey, thank you, and thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here. I actually completely forgot about presenting at Hacksgiving and our music hackathon, and those were very long ago. Tons of fun. I've also been a speaker at the last two long cons and then the last ever besides Winnipeg. But I don't know if y'all heard that there's been a pandemic, so as a result, it's been a minute since my last talk, so I'm excited to be here, even if I'm a little rusty. I hope you're all having a really good time so far. There have been some really cool talks, and there's more to come after me, lots of great events, so this should be pretty cool. So, just a little bit more about me. My interest in security started about 10 years ago, so around the same time that I would have been at Skullspace presenting on music and food. I happened upon Skullspace by accident. I had some questions about security. I was working in retail and selling cell phones at the time, and NFC payments were still brand new. So we had a sales rep from BlackBerry come in and talk about this amazing technology where people can just wave their phones and payments will come automatically. And my managers, they were telling us to push this on our customers really hard. We were getting bonuses if we could sell this particular model of phone that had these payments enabled. Like, it was a really big thing we were supposed to push. And so I asked what I thought was a really obvious question. Well, I mean, if we can send payments with our phones, what's stopping someone from taking payments from our phone without our consent? I mean, I thought that this was an obvious question. My managers became incredibly angry and enraged and insulted when I asked that question. I was told in no uncertain terms that it was a stupid question and not to bring it up again. So I was just like, oh, okay, well, silly me. And so I was telling this story to my boyfriend at the time, and he told me that it was a very good question. And then he showed me a DEF CON talk that had just recently happened where my question was answered. And the answer was exactly what I was suspecting. A door once opened can be walked through in any direction, and it was possible and really quite easy to steal payment information via NFC. That was kind of my first foray into security. And then after that, I started to notice I had more and more questions. Can governing agencies require that I share my password? Are hackers spying on me? Is that stuff like person of interest real? Like the burning questions. So I spent a lot of time bugging people I found at Skullspace. And then I found that I didn't really have any of the prerequisite knowledge to understand their explanations. So it's just like eyes glazed over, whoosh, like I don't even get it. Soon after, I started volunteering with the Canadian Cyber Defense Challenge, and I would sit in on technical meetings with the networking team, and they were so far over my head that my brain would just shut down. And still, I couldn't stop. I realized that this wasn't a passing phase, and I didn't always like the answers that were given to me. I wanted to be able to find my own answers, so I went on a quest and went back to school so I could learn more and stop bothering all my new friends with questions. My journey took me through business school and comp sci at University of Winnipeg. It then took me overseas studying networking and forensics in Scotland and brought me to college at Red River for some hands-on technical learning. In February 2019, I got my CCNA certification. In April of 2019, I graduated and started my first job as an information security analyst a few days later. My focuses there were on PCI compliance and security awareness and training. I recognized very quickly that the coworkers I couldn't stand working with were those who got their certificate 20 years ago and decided they know everything, their learning was over. They're the worst. So I made it my solemn vow to never become that person. Now granted, I'm still very early in my career, like it's only been 3 years. I can't tell the future. But since then, I have still maintained that commitment. I've moved on to a new information security analyst role. It's a generalist role, but I'm more focused on cyber risk. I got my Security Plus certification, learned how to do cyber threat risk assessments, and I'm now working towards my CISSP certification. I've also pursued quite a bit of personal growth and development, spending time to learn how to better manage my time, improve my health, have difficult conversations, and be more generally assertive. So today, I'm going to discuss the role of continuing education in career development. I really hope that I can get you excited about the prospect of continuing education and not have you like rolling your eyes and groaning in dread at the thought of professional development or CEUs. That's my hope anyways. So at this point, I'm pretty sure it's become obvious that I'm very much pro-education. But I really don't want you to equate that with me believing that university is the only place of value for education. I see this ongoing debate all the time online, debating whether or not education is important for InfoSec and whether or not certifications matter. Now, if you heard about the Okta breach earlier this month or something like that, you may have also heard that investigations showed that a group of teenagers were behind the breach. They were also behind a bunch of other large-scale breaches. Like it was a big deal. You got a lot of posts like this one that I took off of LinkedIn, and it's been shared like a gazillion times now. And there are several other ones of these, and so pointing out like, well, these teenagers, they didn't have all this fancy schmancy stuff, but like they still managed to do all of this. Yeah, okay. So, this first thing I want to say is like, let's not equate job postings with the significance of education. And I think it's probably not a surprise to anyone watching that job postings are broken. And so when I'm talking about education and development and stuff, I'm not talking about meeting job posting requirements because like there's no point. That the moving goalposts and stuff, job postings are broken. Yeah. Mark only gave me 45 minutes, so I can't really go on a tirade about busted job postings, but you know, you get it. But let's also, like, at the same time, not pretend like these teenagers learned how to do these massive hacks in their high school comp sci class. Now, I also realize that high school computer science classes have come a long way since all the right type. But security would be an even bigger dumpster fire than it already is if everyone who took high school comp sci could, like, do these hacks. I mean, even if it was just the good students that were walking away with that knowledge, things would be getting, like, real messy. So, education. While the word education is usually applied to schooling, education also refers to gaining particular knowledge or skills. I did find this one really interesting definition for education, and it was an enlightening experience, and that really kind of spoke to me on a hippie level, and I thought that was really neat. But continuing education is an all-encompassing term for learning beyond grade school. It's often associated with like post-secondary studies or courses provided by post-secondary institutions, but it is far from the only option. Professional development is related to continuing education, and the terms are often used interchangeably. However, professional development is often also directly related to like a job or certification or career path. When we hear professional development or PD, a lot of times we immediately think of measuring it in PD credits or CEUs, continuing education units. For the purposes of this talk, when I refer to continuing education, professional development also applies. Now, where does one go to get continuing education? The continuing education store. I'm kidding. Like, I think a better question is where don't you get continuing education? Some ideas of where you might go: universities and colleges, certifications, self-study, on-the-job training, volunteering, so like in a non-profit organization or contributing to open source projects, research, what I refer to as informative entertainment, so that'd be stuff like podcasts or social media, books, videos, like that sort of thing. And conferences, although a lot of times that can also fall into the informative entertainment category. So when you see the heated debates online about whether or not education is important, really, the heart of the argument, they're arguing whether or not formal education is important. Everyone seems to be in agreement that some kind of learning is important, but how much weight we should be putting on degrees and certifications is where the debate is. And I like to think of formal versus informal as kind of a continuum rather than like a binary choice. There's a place for all of these methods of learning and more, and some might be better suited for some situations than others. On one side, where you have maybe more formal education might make sense if you're inexperienced in the industry, you don't have connections in the community or professional connections, you're making a large career change. The job or employer you want requires it. Now, like I know we're not here to talk about what is and what should be. The fact of the matter is some jobs and some employers are going to require a formal education. And if that is something that you have your heart set on, then you will probably have to go and get that formal education. Also, if you want like some more generalized knowledge, or if you're a member of a marginalized community. Something I see a lot of in conversations is how members of marginalized communities are often feeling like they need to prove themselves more than non-marginalized communities. And one of the reasons for this is like formal education has the advantage of being recognizable and verifiable. It's quick and easy for outsiders to get a general idea of the knowledge and skill set the individual has. And this is because the institution or like the certifying body takes on some of the responsibility for validating your knowledge. One of the disadvantages is that there's a lack of flexibility in the subject matter. Like if you are going for a formal education, there is a set curriculum of stuff you have to learn and stuff you have to prove you know about. More informal education might make more sense if you already have a lot of experience, connections in the community, or professional connections. If you're looking to get better in a role that you already have, if you want like very specific knowledge, or if you have no interest in working for places that require formal education, that might make more sense for you. Informal education has the advantage of flexibility. You really only have to learn what you really want to learn. If you are not into tests, you don't have to take any tests, so that's also fun. Disadvantage is that the onus is entirely on you as the individual to be able to prove you have sufficient knowledge. And so this becomes less of a problem if you already have work experience or professional connections that can attest to your abilities. Now there are obviously exceptions to all of this. This is just sort of meant to be a general guideline. There are other considerations to make as well. So why? Like ask yourself why. Why do I want to do this? Or another way of putting this is, what will my life look like as a result of doing this? Maybe you'll make more money or get a promotion or become more confident in your work, or even just like the joy of learning something that interests you. Have a clear picture of your why. If you don't have answers to these questions, it's going to be more difficult to stay motivated and to keep moving forward. It might also reflect that it's an unnecessary path right now. Like if you can't really identify why, it's like maybe it's not right. At the beginning of the talk, I mentioned how I am CCNA certified. That certification expires in a couple of months, I think in August. And so for the last few months, I've been sort of having this internal tug of war, like, oh man, like, should I renew this? Like, and I don't want to just let it go. And it took a lot of soul searching for me to realize that, one, I have no interest in going through the material to recertify, and two, it's not really aligned with where I'm wanting to go in my career. So once I was able to identify like what I want out of a certification or further development, it became a lot easier for me to be like, you know what? Nah, it reflected a different time in my life and a different place in my career, and that time is no longer well served recertifying for Cisco. Another big question is budget. Like, how much is this going to cost? And I mean, that's both like initial costs, so like studying, exams, that sort of thing, and then ongoing costs. So if there are costs associated with like licensing or annual membership fees or like certifying, you have an idea of what it'll cost. Also, who's going to pay for it? Employers might pay for this, but then you also want to know, are they going to pay for it before or after taking the course? That's important. And then who's paying for the ongoing costs? Again, is that the employer, or like once you pass the exam, are you going to be on the hook for the annual costs? Also, can I claim this on the taxes? If the employer is paying, probably not, but if the employer is not paying, you might be able to claim it on your taxes, so that's always fun. Another thing to consider, time constraints. How much time do you have to devote yourself to studying? You know, if you have a lot of other things on the go, it might be difficult to make that time, and that's okay. Just, you know, be honest with yourself. And then what's the time commitment on keeping up with this? So again, it's not just the initial getting the knowledge, but keeping up to date with it and recertifying if that's applicable. Like, what's the time commitment on keeping up with that? And then take into account individual preferences like structured learning versus unstructured learning. Personally, I like structured learning, so I like when there's a nicely packaged like book or video course I can take that will cover the material I want to know. And that's not for everyone. Some people just want to like take their own path and get there how they get there. Is also, you know, how do you learn best? I'm a practical learner. I like doing things hands-on. I don't learn as well if people are just like sitting there talking and telling me about all the things that should, you know, like I'm trying to teach you right now. That's not how I learn best. So I'm a bit of a hypocrite right now, to be completely honest. But yeah, you get my point, I think. Also, available supports. I really can't stress this enough, but having strong supports makes such a huge world of difference. So things like family and friends, professional community connections, instructors or tutors. And it's not just like the obvious, like, help me get through this with like the learning material, but upgrading your knowledge can take a lot of time. So you might need family and friends to help take on some of the additional household responsibilities, for example, or having a workplace that is going to be accommodating of time off to study or take your exam, for example, would also be a support that's really helpful. There was a lot of material I struggled with in school, and so having like instructors and tutors like in my corner helping me out, like that was the difference between me getting through school and not getting through school. So really, what supports are available is a really big question that can't be overlooked. So people like to get all flowery and romantic about education and say stuff like, no, education is a waste. I believe that to be true, but I also believe that it can be a bad investment. I have a diploma in broadcasting. I didn't work in the industry afterwards. And now I give talks and I produce the occasional Teams Live. So I guess I can't say it was a waste. But I took out student loans. I put a lot of effort in. I put a lot of time into studying. And looking back, I think that those resources could have been much better directed. My point is, we don't have infinite time and money, and we don't have infinite mental bandwidth. So asking yourself some of these questions can help you focus your resources where they will have the best impact on your life. Now, in my original draft of this talk, this was the first thing I talked about, or like I wanted to talk about it. I really wanted it to be first because the importance of personal development is often an afterthought and something you just kind of forget about. Unfortunately, as I worked through the rest of the talk, it didn't really flow well, so here we are. We're kind of nearing the end of our time, in this talk and our time together, and I'm finally taking time to talk about focusing on yourself. So, we live in this world where hustle culture and burnout is not only celebrated, but it's a means of survival. Influencers will take to media and they will declare that if we're not spending every waking moment in servitude of your career, you don't have what it takes to make it to the top. They'll tell us things like, if we're not up at 4 a.m. meditating on how we can be a better employee and serving our corporate overlords or monetizing our hobbies, then we have no one to blame but ourselves when we get passed over for a promotion or can't afford to buy a house. I strongly recommend distancing yourself from these kinds of thinkers. Without including personal development in your continuing education plans, you are limiting your potential. Personal development increases potential by keeping us in touch with our values, learning to better regulate thoughts and feelings and emotions, improving relationships, and these can be both personal and professional relationships, learning to navigate changes or curveballs, working more efficiently by building better habits. Again, this can be in or out of work. So for me, a focus on self and personal development has been taking time to work on my physical and mental health. School really burnt me out. I spent every waking moment focusing on my career and school, and did not take care of the rest of myself, and so that resulted in some very rough lessons in the first couple of years of my career, where I've been forced to sort of take a step back and still improve my career and improve my learning, but really focus on my physical and mental health. It's also learning to be more assertive and becoming more confident in how I present myself. One of the hardest things I find about my job is when I have to give bad news or say no to someone. It's not something I enjoy, and it's something that is taking practice and growth on my part. And if I want to be successful in a career in security and eventually like move my way up into leadership and stuff, I'm going to have learn to have difficult conversations. And if I can't, then my career is limited. So it's figuring out how to keep my emotions in check. And another area of personal growth I'm pursuing in a big way is keeping in communication even when I'm overwhelmed, rather than just like shut down and ignore everyone and watch the notifications on my Teams and my inbox pile up. Making sure that I'm still keeping in communication. So that's something that I am working on. Personal development for me as a whole is recognizing that I need to grow as a person so that I can be better in the other areas of my life, and that includes career, but it's not just my career. Okay, so I think I might have gone through this a little fast. My bad, from the bottom of my heart, my bad. Yeah, so feeling pumped up and excited and inspired, it's an amazing feeling. It's this rush of great ideas and motivations. It's like one of my favorite parts of continuing education. It's like the best part of a conference. I mean, how many of us have gone to a conference and come back with all these amazing ideas and things that would be so cool to do? And I hope that your attendance here leaves you with that feeling. But I also don't want you to get inspiration and motivation confused with like transformation. Action is the catalyst for change. So what are you going to do with what you have learned? Decide on one thing you're going to do. It doesn't have to be from my talk. It can be from like literally anything you've done this weekend. And like take action on it. And I think that is the best way that you can move forward like right now with your continuing education and development. So thank you for coming to my Hax talk. This has been super fun, and it's been really nice talking to you. I'm really looking forward to seeing you all in person again. So I hope that you'll keep this conversation going. I'm hoping there's some questions in the chat. I still got time to like throw some questions in the chat. You can discuss afterwards, because I'm not there in person. I'm not there for hallway talks, but I'm punk rock off on the internet, mostly food and cat pics. And then you can also find me on LinkedIn if you want to keep it professional. Yeah, so thank you. Mark, do we have any questions at all in the chat or anywhere?
Well, with lots of time on our hands, we'll start with applause.
Thank you.
Okay, so anyone in the room who wants to ask a question to Sarah, just kind of step up and get near the mic here. If you want, I can turn the camera off because it is incorporated into the broadcast. Just let me know if you need the camera off, so the mic's staying on. I'm also just going to let the chats know that they can join the video conference as well. Go ahead.
So just a heads up, it's kind of looks like I'm not looking at you because you're on my different monitor, so it'll look a little bit weird in broadcast. Yes.
That's okay. Thank you for that. Hi, Pietra, or I am. I'm interested in your journey in education around information security, cybersecurity particularly. I recognized your comments about CCNA. Many years ago, I took a certification called Certified Network Engineer, and one of the things that was most prevalent was over the next 5 years was the appearance of paper CNEs. So people who had the certification but didn't know how to plug in ArcNet in, they were trying to plug it into an Ethernet hub, that sort of thing. So if you were looking at information security and saying, here's a place to start, because don't jump, I agree with you, investing in a course is not where you start, necessarily. I mean, you might.
Yeah.
Well, do you have any suggestions?
So let me think on that.
It's also an unanswerable question, so I realize that. If you wanted to sort of ponder it and then come back after, or
yeah, no, let's talk this out, because I think it's a really good question, and it's something that kind of comes up a lot. So right now, there are tons of options for security, for learning stuff and getting education, like for no matter what baseline level of knowledge you have. When I started, that wasn't so much a thing. So that was one of many reasons why I started off in university, was because I wanted to sort of customize what it was I was learning, and I wanted to be able to talk with business people, which is why I've taken so many business courses, and I wanted to have a solid understanding of how things work. And so without having a cybersecurity program to go into, I just took courses that I thought made sense and might apply later. But where I thought that this will make sense was more because I had been kind of hanging out at like Skullspace or at like the Cyber Defense Challenge and listening to what people were talking about. The first couple of B-Sides conferences I went to were before I was in security, and I mean, I did not understand a word that was said at any of those conferences, but it was really cool when I was in classes later on. It's like, hey, oh my God, I totally remember someone talking about that. Okay, I know what this is. Definitely no regrets there. So really, for me, getting into security, it was all about, okay, what's this like thing that I could probably know a bit more about, and let me chase down that knowledge. So I went to Scotland to study, the program's called penetration testing and digital forensics and networking, and so for the year I was there, it was mostly networking and some forensics, which was super cool. I loved that, and so then that gave me a little bit more knowledge that kind of set me apart. And then I switched to Red River, and so now Red River has their information security program, but that didn't start until like the term after I left. So I went through BIT, Business Information Technology. And in order to sort of customize that for suitability for cybersecurity, I took on an extra term at the end so that I could take extra courses. So I took an extra Linux course and some extra the security electives, so I could put myself in the best position I could to get a job in cybersecurity. And then as for getting my first job, I think it was really just kind of luck and timing. The place I applied really needed someone, and they needed someone like yesterday, and they were willing to overlook my lack of experience. The other thing was with my Cisco certification, my reason for getting it was because I wanted something to differentiate me from my other classmates, because there were 100 of us graduating at the same time, so what sets me apart, and that certification was one of them. And it wasn't just like, so I had this certification and that's cool, but it also was showing to employers that I have done certification and I am capable of doing more. So so when I started my first job, they're like, okay, so like that means you can go and get more certifications. Like, okay. Yeah. I don't know if that answered your question.
Actually, it does. It's an excellent answer. No, it's an excellent answer to a question, and it kind of gave me some scope, and I mean, does fit with my understanding anyway. But because I mean, there's no silver bullet for information security, period.
Yeah.
Dot. But at the same time, there's all sorts of directions and opportunities, and I mean, you mentioned at one point sort of going and getting a broadcasting degree or a degree, a certification with a focus in. It's one of those things that you sort of look at and say, well, it was an investment, and I mean, you're doing great video lecturing, but presentation, but it's one of those things like, well, you know.
I probably could have done that without like a year of my life and $10,000.
Right, and alone, and yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thanks for your question.
Anyone else? We got lots of time that we can fill here, so I'm just trying to think of one.
Just trying to see where my cat went. I really thought my cat was going to come crash this talk.
Oh, yeah. Do you want the camera off, or is it all good?
It's fine.
All right, go ahead.
Hello. Kind of along the lines of the the broadcasting and various certifications and stuff like that. How do you how do you personally, when you were looking and applying for jobs and stuff like that, how did you sell yourself? Like, how did you use those different pieces that you'd assembled from the various certifications and stuff, and how do you say who you are?
That is a really good question. So it's interesting because there were some interviews that I went on where the interviewer was like, oh, well, I mean, clearly you have no focus and you don't know what to do with your life, and so you don't know what you're doing, we're not going to hire you. Which I found weird and kind of insulting, but I mean, clearly it was probably best for both of us that you didn't work out, so, you know, whatever. People are allowed to want what they want. So, yeah, like, there were definitely some situations where they're like, okay, you do you. And I even got that while I was going through school. If you ask like 10 different people how to get into information security, they're going to give you like 10 different answers, and they're all right, but they're also all completely wrong. So please don't take what I'm saying exhaustively.
We've already published it to the internet, really.
Yeah, exactly. So one of the things I did, I am not a programmer or a coder. Like, I'm just not. I don't like it. I tried really hard, and I just didn't like it. It wasn't for me. It wasn't a good fit. And everyone who was like associated with me at the time knew how much I hated it. So they were incredibly confused when I took a co-op position as an integration developer. Why would you do that? And fair question. And the reason why I took a job as an integration developer was, one, recognizing that coding in school and coding in the workplace are two very different things, and that it was, if I kept an open mind, it was possible that maybe I would like coding as a job more than I like coding in school. Let's not close myself off to the opportunity. And then also recognizing that, like, I want to work in security, and so integrations between applications is probably a pretty big deal, and I should maybe know how that works. So I invest 9 months of my life into a job that is not a good fit for me, but I'm learning a lot, and it will help me in my career. And that was absolutely the right move for me, even though I had a lot of peers and a lot of instructors being like, are you insane? Like, what is wrong with you? So selling myself, to get to what your actual question was, so sometimes it's a matter of finding that employer that like wants that in a person. So my first job, they were hard up for someone, and I had like kind of just enough generalist knowledge that it was like, okay, we can probably throw you in, you can probably figure something out. And I did. And then in my next role, the one that I'm currently in, it was another like sort of generalist role, and it had a bit of a wider scope than my first one. My first one being like security awareness and training and compliance, and now this generalist role I'm in now, there is security awareness and training, and there is compliance, but there is also supplier relationships and tech risk and security evaluations of software and products and all of this. So for the jobs like that, having this kind of pod mishmash of like education and experiences is a huge asset. But that's also the reason why I took on a generalist role. Like that was what I wanted, because like I still don't know what I want to do when I grow up. I still feel like I have a lot more to experience and a lot more to learn. So I am enjoying being in generalist roles to get me more exposure, and I figured, I mean, security called out to me at one point and told me that was what I needed to do with my life, so I assumed if I keep on keeping on, then maybe some specialty or concentration will call out my name at some point. Or I'll just keep doing general stuff. I mean, who knows what the future has. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Awesome, yeah, you're welcome.
Got something from the chat that's
Yay! Hi, chat.
somewhat interesting, but so if someone in the room has something more interesting. Okay, I will read this in. So I was probably not paying attention enough to have the context for this, but someone very familiar in the chat said, "I hear there's a cat?" Question mark.
There is a cat. Okay, let me get the cat. I thought she was going to crash this talk for sure. I was kind of banking on it.
Yes, I'm only here for the cat.
She's napping, so it's, all right. We told her that this was a very important meeting that she couldn't crash, so I thought for sure she was going to come. This is Abby. She also answers to Princess Kitty. And she's like 12, so she's an old lady cat, a little crotchety. Say hi to you too, and say hi to Hax. She's a little hacker kitty. So, yes, there is Cat. Yeah. Fine.
You're muting us, so
It's a shame I have the mic muted. People are meowing back.
Aww. Yeah, she's a, aw. Yeah.
now she's going for the keyboard.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so her favorite meetings to join are the ones where I have calls with like the CEO and it's real important and I have to remain professional. And those are the ones she wakes up for.
Well, it's clear that the reason is that they are C-level discussions and she is a C being, and therefore
yeah.
the CEO and the CAT need to have speaks.
Cat level discussions, yes.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, the best one was like she was in a dead sleep, like just dead sleep, and I'm in a meeting, and like she suddenly jumps up onto the back of my chair and just smacks me in the face. And I was like, oh fuck! And I was like, oh my god. Well, with the PCI compliance, we're still outstanding on these 2 pieces of evidence. Please ignore the fact that I just swore at you while my cat slapped me. Yeah.
Well, I think I've decoded the 3-letter acronym CAT as like a C-suite thing. I think it's the Chief Adorable Technologist.
Okay. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. That's your job title from now on. Yeah. She accepts. Yeah. Thank you, chat. I love getting to show off my kitty because she's real cute.
Yeah, well, I'm so glad we had time for that and that we're running the kind of event where that is I'm seeing a lot of nods, a lot of happiness that was a part of this, and that.
Yay!
Well, you had an awesome chat, but actually now it's an amazing chat. So yeah.
Yay! Yay! Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
And actually, it's a precursor to one of my presentations that also involves text.
Amazing. Yeah. Every presentation needs more cats. And like, yeah, I think this is actually the first presentation I've done in a really long time that didn't have a picture of my cat in it. So it was probably for the best that she joined.
Yes.
It felt kind of not right.
Well done.
Okay, with that, I'm happy to take the few extra minutes of break time as I get set up for our final double talk of the day. We'll, as a crowd, we're going to just thank you one more time, Sarah.
And Abby.
Yes. She accepts your applause.
Welcome back to Hax, the weekend Skullspace Festival. It's a weekend at Skullspace. And this is the third time we've done it. First time in hybrid mode. We're online, we're in person, we're everywhere. This is our last speaker for the day. Wait, I'm not in speaker intro yet. I gotta do the Skullspace stuff. Here we go. Skullspace.ca/donate to donate. There's a PayPal link there. You don't even need a PayPal account. You can just give it a credit card number. If you go to hax.skullspace.ca, there's also the PayPal link and instructions on how to do Interac e-transfer to us. We are sponsored by, the festival is sponsored by The Crowd. We did an internal crowd fund that covered some honoraria. And less.net provides internet to Skullspace with lots of copious upload, which is exactly what we need to be broadcasting. Tonight we have DJs and synth performances, 7 p.m. till 10-ish, we shall see. That broadcast will be on Twitch, not YouTube, so you'll have to find the Twitch link on the HAX website. Tomorrow is Chill Out Day. We have exhibits, we have video gaming, we have tabletop gaming, and there's ways to do it online, in person, or kind of both at the same time. That's 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. And now it's time to introduce our final speaker, who was so excited that he's offering us 2 presentations. And before I had a full lineup of speakers, I was like, okay, I could probably use that time filled, and so that's what we got. Shab is a friend that I made through Skullspace, and also through a thing that was an offshoot of Skullspace, the LongCon Winnipeg Casual Security Conference. And so it is my pleasure to invite you back to the Skullspace stage, because I believe you've presented before.
A few times, yes.
But it's been a while. Okay, so everybody welcome Shab.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mark, for that wonderful introduction. I'm glad that, well, we are actually able to gather, and I do want to clarify something, because it's something I strongly believe in. Thank you very much to the present audience for social distancing and masking. Mark has remained masked. I, unfortunately, am not able to conduct this presentation and wear a mask at the same time. So, thank you all, everyone out there, for respecting the whatever these measures to protect our home. So, no further ado, I am going to introduce the subject. Mark actually gave me the idea for this, about gaps in auditing and compliance in IT governance, corporate practices. And I realized that most presentations either are done at the C level, governance level, about basically these large, big picture factors, or there are discussions at the very technical level, talking about how to address security gaps. But where our greatest risk within any organization is how the gaps form. And that goes not to technical details from either side, but rather the gaps between the communications between those skill sets. Sorry, gotta set my timer. Hey Siri, set timer for 25 minutes. There we go.
25 minutes, starting now.
What did we do without these PDAs?
Oh, well, I actually have some paper signs with time keys as well. So I'm going to give you the 10, the 5, and the 1.
Oh, okay. I'm good. Well, actually, you know what? That paper might be helpful, because Siri likes to cut out. Anyways. The gap. Quantitative versus qualitative analysis. These are the areas I'm going to cover. That's the perspective from which I'm going to speak. There are many ways to actually address that, some better than others. One of the things I really try to stray away from is the whole left brain, right brain model, which has been soundly refuted, and therefore I do not think it has any place in any practical discussion. How do we communicate to fill that gap? And then we're actually going to do a very quick exercise on how we approach applying a audit and compliance control and how it's communicated. Okay, so just a brief introduction to myself. Over 30 years experience in information technology in government, finance, sectors, abroad. Over 10 years experience in audit. Over 10 years experience as an AI and neuroscience aficionado. And I make that distinction in terms of my experience there has not been going back to academia, so there's no formal education there. So I do try to maintain academic rigor, but there are going to be gaps there. And then very fine print, I put marathon runner and math and physics tutor. The reason being is that I kept my description short because I like it to be germane, and the things that you can actually read are pertinent to this presentation. And I just put two things that are not germane, just to show that I have a life outside of IT. The gap. Quantitative versus qualitative analysis. See, people interact in the qualitative space, the descriptions, the verbal descriptions, and it largely argued that so much communication happens in the non-verbal space. Okay? Whereas currently we can't replace people or from the decision-making process. And that's why I mentioned my background in AI and machine learning, because I am an active proponent in removing people from many decision-making processes. Business is conducted in the quantitative space. Question, is that true? No one can hear me.
You know what, I screwed up there. Hold on.
Okay. Should I click on something there?
I've got it.
Okay.
Just hold on, give me a moment to... I got my tech stuck. Okay, please continue.
Okay, can you pull my presentation
Yes.
back up?
Yes. Sleep deprivation. I'm really sorry.
Sorry. So, business is conducted in the quantitative space. Well, sure, quarterly reports are about profits, not poems. Now, once again, going back to automation, it is facilitated by quantifying qualities. E.g., work ethic can be replaced by productivity metrics. So, in other words, people have solid work ethic, they're producing, but if we find out what productivity is, we develop the metrics, and as a side note, how long people spend in the bathroom is not a productivity metric. And speaking from experience, I've had to have that argument with senior people. So, sorry, going back to the issue, we can quantify what a work ethic is by studying the work environment. So we can find a way to instill a work ethic, to give that feedback to people, saying, okay, you need to develop this area of your activity. You need your performance level to come up. It doesn't replace the true quality, but it does give you a metric to assess it. So, solutions are embraced quantitatively. They're supported by evidence, supported by understanding of the underlying principles. Now, how are solutions embraced qualitatively? There's an appeal to authority, it's well established. Asterisks may appeal to emotion. You'll find that many solutions are embraced. It appeals to emotion, so in other words, you may have done the right thing for not necessarily the right reasons, or any reason at all. You just had a feeling, there's an emotion behind it. You get lucky, and that's one of the where we have to use statistical methods to measure whether we're getting success just out of random probabilities, or whether we actually did something to generate that success or failure. So, need for a qualitative approach. Why do we need that? Well, I had one employer, great mentor, went to a conference where it was on client service, and I did work for a client service unit. Client service is created in the mind of the client. So, this is one of those qualitative areas that metrics are being applied to. try to quantify it. But at the end of the day, if you want to generate things like client service, you are living in that qualitative space, and you are not going to be able to develop any sort of business that says we don't care about client service. You're not going to be losing that aspect anytime soon. Maybe there will be a time when we have, B2B and it's all automated. Maybe then, but client service is going to be around for a while. Two great, one great turning point is traditionally the study of economics has been based upon the idea of the rational consumer. The Nobel Prize was won. I've got those articles actually linked to the details of it, which I'm not going to go into, but the inception of behavioral economics. Understand that the economy is driven not by a rational consumer, but by people who are acting emotionally. Okay? That becomes the measurable driver of the economy, and hence the measurable driver of business. So we are not going to be able to escape qualitative measures. We are going to have to understand humans quite some time, certainly to the end of my lifetime. So one of the things that I'm going to distinguish, experience is the understanding of accumulated interaction with evidence. In human interactions, experience has been used in the place of evidence-based analysis and decision making. Now, I'm not asserting that's wrong. What I'm asserting is that often we don't actually have an understanding of the evidence, but we gain an intuition, qualitative concept, having gained enough experience. We tend to actually make correct decisions. This is demonstrable in terms of there are experts who identify the gender of chicks. And basically, people just learn that job. They're trying to automate it, but it has become very difficult to do so. There's no metric. They apparently get a feel for whether a chick is a male or female. And apparently it's incredibly successful. And yet there's no guideline, no quantitative approach to do this. Tools for evidence-based analysis and decision-making have not yet been fully implemented. In many cases, not yet discovered. We have yet to automate chick gender selection. So really, business is neither qualitative or quantitative. It starts in the qualitative area. The client wants to buy something, often emotionally driven. We then apply quantitative principles, in other words, the cost, the production. We produce, we sell based upon quantitative principles. And then we go back to qualitative, saying, okay, are we happy with our results? And you see, there's no spreadsheet I can generate to show you whether we're happy. It gets close. The profits are high, profits are higher. Yeah, the people who are getting those profits are happy. But in general, that conclusion is inherent. You don't need to justify it. You just get happy with profits. So, auditing versus compliance. Audit is an assessment of the degree of adherence to specific standards. It incorporates the qualitative. There are, I would say the majority of it is quantitative. We're taking metrics, but the end product, the audit report, ends up being qualitative, or includes the element of qualitative. Compliance. Adherence to and the ability to demonstrate adherence to mandated requirements defined by laws and regulations, as well as voluntary requirements resulting from contractual obligations and internal policies. It has more quantitative. There are metrics out there that they're saying that we are compliant with these laws. In fact, the standard is also developed quantitatively. Are we compliant with laws? Well, we are allowed 5% slippage violation of it. We're going to do a count. We've exceeded 95%, we're good. Auditing, accounting, and responsibility. Accountability is the ability to map a given activity or event back to the responsible party. Oh, pardon me, with all these definitions, I am going back to a common body of knowledge, mostly from the SACA, but basically, NIST, all these groups have created standards, created this glossary. So, in order to have the quantitative discussion, we need these definitions in place. Responsible. It refers to the person who must ensure that activities are completed successfully. Accountability is quantifiable, responsibility cannot completely be quantified. The setup is important because in the area of decision making, the distinction between who's responsible and discussion as to whether they've met that responsibility is very different from those who are accountable and whether they have met the conditions of accountability. Many examples of qualitative, quantitative gaps. We pay too much taxes. So I've always heard that discussion, and I've never had an answer to my follow-up question. So how much should we pay? And then, of course, on occasion when there is someone with that flip response, question, how did you arrive at that amount? Gulf War II was fought to defend lives. Well, more lives were lost in traffic accidents, and anti-terrorism measures preventing attacks could be implemented at a fraction of the cost. So the reason why I use these two examples is that these two were big discussions in society. And the fact that they go on and no one goes to the quantitative methods to answer them tells you how big the gap actually is. If, given that society were very invested in these two questions, that it doesn't move to that quantitative area, what is the chance that in these much smaller discussions that fewer people are interested in, that we're sorting out whether we're acting out of emotion or acting out of a well-defined requirement? For practical purposes, qualities can be quantified. Entertainment. I chose that example because, well, how do you measure? Oh, I was that much entertained. Well, they do log how much time you spend watching. They do log audience engagement, clicks, likes, reposts. That's one way to do it. Now with digital TV, they know exactly how many minutes you spend watching a show. The data is there. And of course the data is being sold back to the people who are running these networks. So either you watch for 50 minutes, the commercial comes on, you flip it over. So the people are now studying. Well, how do we get people to watch commercials? Because ultimately that's why commercial TV is there. So we can quantify many qualities. Qualitative quagmires. So risk. Risk and probability often get confused. And if you are in that discussion where, and I'm talking about in a corporate environment, given the fact that we pay, we hire risk managers, we hire risk analysts, we have VPs, of risk management. If at that level the discussion is still of the confusing risk and probability, we need to snap back and say, look, we've hired a lot of people to do a lot of money to do some very specific work, and if you don't know what they're doing, that is a huge gap, and that's going to be the source of a lot of little errors. And priority. People believe priorities are subjective. As I said, risk. Risk is equal to the product of likelihood and impact. More narrowly, probability of the event times the impact of the event. If you're not agreed upon that term, let's not do quantitative risk analysis. Just throw it out the window. Priority. It can be ranked by a specified quantity, usually by money, or amount, or order of time. So the thing is that it's very easy to assess what your priorities were. Most of us, personally, our main priority first thing in the day, go to the bathroom. We cannot, the thing is that, we can argue the importance, value, the cost, so on and so forth, but at the end of the day, that's the first thing you did, that was your priority. Or you could argue that you spend a lot of time sleeping. Is that one of our priorities? Well, the thing is that if we don't get enough sleep, we die. In fact, lack of sleep will kill you faster than the lack of food. So, yes, it's a very important priority. Living is important. So, there's value in doing a post-assessment of the value return by pursuing those priorities. Because we can, at that point, quantify whether our priorities are bringing us value. Thus, it justifies quantitative analysis of those priorities. Okay. So let's just look at the environment. Business success is 85% people skills. This is taken from, well, the links are live, so you can go to the article. The 8 biggest predictors of career success and why intelligence isn't one. Okay, so we've got 85% of financial success is generated from people skills, 15% of financial success is due to technical knowledge. So the thing is that if we expect a fair balance of qualitative and quantitative results, well, those stats are showing otherwise. In fact, if this value is correct, what we will be seeing is that 85 of our decisions are based upon those decisions generated from people skills. And in fact, data is showing that in many cases does fly in the face of data. So what does this mean? It means that problems get solved, the problems will be discussed, will overwhelmingly be in the people skills space. This creates incredible challenges to the fact that business is actually delivered in the technical skills space. Just try to tell a CEO who's creating his quarterly report to shareholders. Well, profits are down, but everyone felt good about themselves. This report is not happening. What they will do is spin on data. So, there are many artifacts that need to be in place. I'm focusing on 2. The risk management framework. This includes risk identification, risk measurement and assessment, risk mitigation, risk reporting, monitoring, and risk governance. The audit results. Among other items, a report on how closely the reality of the organization reflects the ideas stated in the risk management framework. In other words, audit result is whether our risk management framework is working. So, in order to move this forward, one requires an understanding of organizational maturity. Is it a chaotic environment? Is the budget allocation revised during the year? More than 25% halfway through the year is a chaotic environment. It means that strategic decisions being made at the beginning of the year are being disrupted. And when you hear about budgets going back, especially to operations and infrastructure, security, this is generating a huge risk. You have to go back and say, how are these priorities being decided upon? How are priorities decided? Often it is the personality of a specific business unit owner that decides priorities. I learned this very early on. I went to a presentation on basically just IT issues. And one of the things that the speaker was talking about was that more time was spent on who was getting the executive parking spaces than was spent on the IT infrastructure. This was measured in minutes. Okay, there's your metric. Okay. This was in the day, back then I was the administrator of a DOS network. That's how long ago it was. So things have hopefully markedly improved since then. Estimates serve to bring quantitative concepts into qualitative discussions. Errors in estimates. See, often what holds back discussion about bringing estimates that we don't know how reliable they are. We need to delay the discussion until we can get reliable information. Based upon experience, error in estimates, the impact of not discussing risk because of the lack of an estimate is greater than the impact of a reasonable error in the estimate. Simple impact of a 1-week shutdown, 2%, 1/50th of annual revenue. 50 weeks in a year roughly, take your annual revenue, divide it by 50, there's your estimate. That's, yes, there's going to be huge variation, but it starts discussion. If a large company, $50 million a year, you lose $1 million. Okay, now we can afford some tools to prevent a $1 million loss. Let's start that discussion. Examples serve to illustrate probability. If it could happen to them, it could happen to us. And see, that's the thing, is an example. What is an example in verbal communication? It's an anecdote. Decisions are being made on anecdotal evidence, but it works. And so, choice of anecdotes. Requests for examples serve to curb excessive, unproductive qualitative discussion. Examples should also demonstrate one's own preparedness to close gap. Requests for examples. When someone pushes a qualitative idea, just ask them to name one example. I can't name one example of this idea. We are just engaged in ideological discussion. It's not based in evidence. If they are, you got to remember that we're not talking about school children or even like a university philosophy discussion. We're talking about doing business. These people are supposed to have expertise. If they are saying that this idea is how we should run our business, they should be able to cite an example. And if they can't, then maybe we should exclude that idea. Examples should also demonstrate one's own preparedness. Demonstrating preparedness. The gap must be identified. What is accomplished by filling the gap? You have to be able to answer that question. Who's going to do it? How will it be done? This is the question that falls on your risk, and it means different things to different, at what level you are. How will it be done? Well, senior manager says, okay, this business unit's going to address it. They don't care the details. Technologists saying, okay, we're supposed to do it, but we don't even have the infrastructure for the solution. Oracle has a solution. Yeah, we're a Microsoft shop. What will it cost in time and or money? Why is this a priority? You need to have answers to these questions. They don't even have to be right answers. But when you draw a blank, when challenged on this is the solution, people move on. Technical skills usually have the answer, and that's the thing, is once again the gap. There are a lot of answers lying in the technical skills, but they can't get decisions passed through. Observing reluctance. The risk of the gap is immaterial. Filling the gap is a poor investment. This is what is going to be the pushback on the decision. There's a whole list of why is this a priority. Okay, so we'll very quickly go through the exercise. Top is a very well-written walkthrough to implementing one auditing and compliance policy that's available in Azure policy framework. Those three below are the follow-up documents that need to be in place in any corporate environment. Okay, so these are the prerequisites, and they go through this detail. These are the technical skills, technical answers that people need to have. Where could gaps develop? You go back to the risk framework and compliance standard being employed. In that article, they use ISO 2700 or NIST. ISO requirement: audit secure transfer to storage accounts. Business requirement requires secure transfer to storage accounts. It's the exercise. Our business requirement requires secure transfer to storage accounts. The storage account is like an administrative container, and within that there can be several services like blob files, queues, tables, disks. What value does this bring to the business? Secure communication and compliance with numerous security standards. How likely is this to occur? You're looking for an answer to that question. What is the cost and impact? There's a cost to administrating SSL certificates if the organization has not already implemented them. So, we now go to another body of knowledge. We go to Guru 99, and they've listed 10 most common web security vulnerabilities. Insufficient transport layer protection. So it describes a goal of not using SSL. That's exactly what this policy control is going to do, enforce HTTPS. So what is the impact? Making use of this web security vulnerability, an attacker can sniff legitimate user credentials and gaining access to the application. Can't steal credit card information. And there is your appeal to emotion. People are going to be shocked. Oh, credit card compromise. Thing is that if your company is dealing with credit cards, you're probably already PCI compliant. So all these controls would already be in place. But that's what it's things like this that move forward the discussion. We're going to compromise, credentials. Credit cards are going to be stolen. This is what hits home. Recommendation: ensure secure HTTP and enforce credential transfer over HTTPS only. Ensure your certificate is valid and not expired. There are 36 controls. This is the last slide, the second last slide. There are 36 controls in the system implementation group, 1 of 3, for the Azure security benchmark alone. That there are gaps in security compliance controls should not come as a surprise. So, I'd like to thank the organizers, and since we are very short on time, I've got time for a few questions. I will get back to the organizers of this Hax Fest and basically the tech version of a Freedom Rally. So, are there any questions?
You said your links are live. Weren't the slides going to be available in an audio stream?
Yes, there'll be
through the presentation.
No, there will be a festival archive where there'll be direct downloaded files.
Okay, so
And
that's good.
if the links are broken or anything like that, my email address is at the bottom of every slide. So I will thank I guess I'll do this in order. The crowd, Mark, Jay, and Edwin. Friday movie night. You know what? I'm going to leave this slide alone. It's up there. I'm going to do personal thanks to Skullspace and all these people that are listed. Mark has been a great friend. He has taught me so much with regard to Bitcoin and other aspects of cybersecurity and cloud. So Skullspace is a wonderful group that have put on, they've put on LongCon. They just bring so much value to the community. So heartfelt thanks to them all. Okay, so I'm going to take a breather. As promised, I'll make a comment about the slide in a second. There are
Yeah, regarding that last topic, that qualitative, quantitative, is just like, get all these requests for surveys after an interaction at certain levels, and I guess that's them trying to qualify the quantitative, or quantize the quality.
There is this great book out there called The Failure of Risk Management.
Right.
And what it does is it basically spends a chapter or so talking about how they're not actually using quantitative techniques just because they're using numbers. Mm-hmm. We're throwing numbers at it, right. And now we're doing quantitative analysis. They rank risk 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, what is that supposed to mean? It's like, and of course that numbering sequence only works if you have a uniform probability model. But most people who are doing that will not be able to tell you what a uniform probability model is.
42. Yeah.
That's over there.
So, am I going to be introduced again, or do I just go into it?
I can introduce you again.
Yes,
I will take a moment just to adjust.
Oh, okay.
One thing I want to adjust to is bothering me. And then I have to use the audio strip, so I'll give you a cue when the time comes. Thank you, Sean, for doing double presentation. Here's the elbow. And so I'm lost for words on further intro. But this sounds very, very interesting. This was going to be the one I was going to suggest you do if you had to only do one, because you sounded even more into it. So I think this is going to be a great close. Wildlife trafficking. Let's do it.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you for bearing with us for the entire length of the conference. If you heard my comment earlier during Sarah's presentation where she brought on her cats, I also have cats in my presentation. So here is the first and last cat you will enjoy in this presentation. Cheetah cubs, and if you notice that there's the cheetah mother shading the adorable cheetah cub. And I have a lot of slides, so I'm going to go significantly faster than last time. So this is the structure of my presentation. I'm going to cover a few areas: open source intelligence, data mining, and data analysis. I'm going to touch upon the technologies involved and basically show how they're being incorporated into projects in progress of this informal group that is acting right now. Okay, so what is open source intelligence? Open source intelligence collects data from publicly available online sources. In other words, we're not having to buy this information, or possibly, but you're not engaged in any nefarious activities, breaking through firewalls, whatever. It's all going to be very legal. One of the best sources of getting an overall comprehensive understanding of open source intelligence is delivered by the Basel Institute on Governance, and they have a lot of self-paced e-learning. We're going to cover that course in the first section, open source intelligence. I'm in the midst of taking one of the other courses. I'm going to be going through the entire set basically to enhance my skill set in this area. So they go through a life cycle, and often people don't think like, this is too high level, but it's important in terms of just dissecting where you're working, because often you can delegate certain activities to only one side of the life cycle, so long as you're following all of it. So very simple life cycle map. One of the advantages of the course is that it reinforces the structured activity. When most people, since most people are not professionals in this area, hacking is not necessarily done in a professional environment, people don't bring academic rigor. And of course, just even having this report template and say, as you gather evidence, put it in this template. And what I like, working in the risk management area, is that you get, they ask you right off the hop to rank the reliability of the source. It's very important because ultimately, if you do something very useful in this area, you will have gathered evidence for law enforcement. And they need this information. They need chain of custody, even proof of whether the evidence being presented was not tampered with. Preparing the environment. So I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. They go through preparing the environment, all these areas. They very quickly cover some very technical areas for people who may not necessarily be interested in technology, which is what I found so wonderful about the course. It's great in recruiting people into the area of investigating wildlife trafficking. They go through database and web searches. I'm going to spend a few slides on this. This I found surprising, the Global Integrated Shipping Information System. And actually, go to this website and find out the names of ships, what flags they're flying under, what companies they belong to. Very searchable. These are some of the results we're getting. This is a search for Angelina, which is just the name of a ship I remember in Manson Stone. First ship name I can remember. Do searches by nation. And of course, it very quickly leads you to which companies own which ships. You've got a company listed right at the bottom. You search on that company. It takes you this database and gives you details on that company. The lesson that they focus on is illegal fishing. And of course, I have to adapt these skills to cheetah cup trafficking, which is the inspiration of my activities. And they go. This crowd is probably more familiar with doing DNS searches. It does a wonderful walkthrough, covers all these areas. Goes into archived and cached web pages and social media. This is how quickly learning material gets outdated. It does not include WhatsApp or fringe social media, but once again, it gives you that structure of what you're looking for when you're doing social media searches. Image information is also very useful. They actually go through a work example of how you track the location of a ship using pictures of it and where is it geographically. Online communities, dark web, and virtual currencies. They do touch upon dark web, including Bitcoin transactions. Where I found it a little bit weak is, and they had the opportunity to introduce this. They mentioned Tor. They don't mention Tails, which I'm a big fan of because Tails is an operating system on a USB stick. The beauty of it is that you, yes?
Tails.
Okay. The beauty of this is that you've got your virtual machine set up on your USB stick. You do your work, collect your evidence, you surrender that USB stick, and they have it all in one package. You don't have to sort it through. And of course, all the activities are there. You've got wonderful chain of custody. And of course, the final chapter on reporting. It was really great how they walk you through gathering that evidence into a report. So that they list the resources, and I just want to give a shout out to Basel Institute of Governance, sites, Pew Trusts, and of course they list all the technical resources, including the Oracle VirtualBox, which is what the course assumes you will be working with. So, and of course, they did go to the trouble of getting some very talented groups to develop this course, like Juice and Bellingcat. You may have heard of Bellingcat lately. They are the ones that showed the disinformation of the Russian army in terms of bombings that apparently the Ukrainian soldiers did, but they very quickly identified that no, this was all staged. Kudos to them. So, moving on to the second section. Basically, I've gone to a lot of research material which I'm representing. So, what is data mining? Practice of analyzing large databases in order to generate new information. What is metadata? Was there a question or? Oh, okay. A set of data that describes and gives information about other data. So, there's this wonderful paper written, Automatic Detection of Potentially Illegal Online Sales of Elephant Ivory via Data Mining. The link is live, you can download the paper. They collected a total of 37 metadata attributes which were used in the data mining algorithms. Now, what I find rather astounding is that I've done exercises in data mining and AI, and I struggled with 5 attributes. So they did 37. That's a huge amount of effort that they're presenting in their paper. So their data source was every Friday, 8 consecutive weeks, they went to eBay and did searches on ivory, and they found 1,159 unique items. So they then go into how they, in machine learning, what you need is a skill to emulate. So what they did is they got 2 former law enforcement officers to tag these 1,159 items as to whether what is actual illegal ivory and what is not. That became their learning set. Bold is the highlight is that pose my challenge. Now, what they used is a tool called Orange Data Mining. It's a tool that's developed out of the University of Croatia. There is a lot of background information on YouTube. They've got very well developed courses. It's a visual tool on doing data mining. I recommend anyone who's interested in that to check it out. Free tool. And one of the reasons why they went to that is that they got CN2 induction algorithm, basically as a click and drag. And what they developed was the confusion matrix. Confusion matrix is the matrix used to determine the performance of the classification model for a given set of data. It can only be determined if the true values for test data are known. The matrix itself can be easily understood, but the related terminologies may be confusing. Okay. One of the strengths of the CN2 algorithm is that it will work on somewhat unreliable data. What they got, confusion matrix generated, was 93% correct. True positives and true negatives. In other words, they identified what was not illegal ivory and what was illegal ivory. Collectively 93% correct. The rule has an accuracy of 100% and applies to 461 instances that it perfectly classifies as not illegal. So it's better at calculating what's not illegal. On a side note, I just find it easier to stay away from ivory. So, challenges to replicating the results, finding the expertise. Expertise in illegal wildlife trafficking, tough to find. Finding the law enforcement officers, but moreover, the area that I wish to work with is cheetah cub trafficking through the Horn of Africa, and it is challenging in that most of that trafficking, the final sales are happening in Arabic. So not only do we not have the skill set identifying, we don't have the law enforcement skill set, we don't have the language skill set. And of course, this was all done in English, so are there nuances to the Arabic language that confound the algorithm? We don't know yet. So, moving on to our third topic, data analysis of cheetah cub trafficking data. There are 2 papers I draw from: Global Data Set for Seized and Non-Intercepted Legal Cheetah Trade over 10 years, and Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, the Black Market Brief. 2 authors of the brief, Patricia Tricarash and Daniel Stiles, wonderful history with the illegal wildlife trafficking trade. Patricia Trickerosh has spent 10 years compiling the illegal cheetah cub trade. She's made that data available. She's actually got a project up on ResearchGate. You can look her up. We'll have more papers of hers. So, and the organization's Traffic. Traffic is a leading non-governmental organization working with global trade of wild animals, cites the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. CITES group basically define what is legal wildlife trafficking. One of the problems is that since it's a UN-based organization, they deal with recognized nations. The bulk of cheetah cub trafficking in the Horn of Africa is going through Somaliland, which is not a recognized nation. So basically a lot of the data just says it's not happening there because, well, it's not a country, which generates a lot of problems. Patricia, her data does not acknowledge that distinction. And what we find is that most of that trafficking is happening through Somaliland. Basically, it goes through the Horn of Africa, into Somaliland, and across the Gulf of Aden to Yemen, where there are exotic wild markets. So I said that was the last cheetah cub picture you were going to enjoy, because this picture you are not going to enjoy. This is what has moved me. Over 300 cheetah cubs are smuggled out of the Horn of Africa. What they don't mention specifically, you have to dig through the data, is that 80% die in transit. They die tied up in a crate. And this is a picture taken from an article. It's most likely staged, but that's the best I can do in terms of getting a picture, because that is not really my focusing on acquiring pictures. My focus is trying to prevent this from happening. So from the data that she's gathered, what I've done is try to apply my risk analysis and business skills. You see, poacher tends to be it's a crime of opportunity. They find cheetah cubs in so-called den. Den is usually just a patch of grass. He sees the cubs. Okay. The poacher will get about $300 per cub. That's stated in the chart here, which is kind of blurry. And what Patricia's managed to do is find out the price at each level. And what I've looked at, see that the last 3 rows are my calculations. And basically what I've done in the last row is I've calculated risk tolerance. If the courier is purchasing cheetah cubs at $300 a cub and then selling them at $1,500, they have a risk tolerance of 80%, which reflects the total death rate of cheetah cubs in transit. So in other words, they're breaking even if they're losing 80% of the cheetah cubs they buy. And see, the thing is that, where does that get us? Well, it gives us an insight into their business model. Because we go through this data and questions arise. Is the courier an independent contractor or an employee? If they're an employee, who's giving them? They're buying, cheetah cubs, maximum litter size about 6 cubs. Who's giving them $1,800 in cash or even wire transfer to go out and buy cheetahs? That implies a very high level of organization. You've got a trustworthy employee in an illegal business, okay? Or are they independent contractors? That implies that the contractor, this courier, is going out into the field, buying cheetah cubs at a risk, because they're not going to be able to sell the dead cub. So this is where, investigating the degree of organized crime. Once again, Ms. Trickerosh has done a great deal of investigation. She has found the names of high-level wildlife traffickers, people who have lots of money, who have access to jets. Apparently, one of her data points is a cheetah cub that was flown on a private jet. No one knows who the name of the owner of that jet is, but that's the kind of infrastructure that's involved here. So, how much time do I have?
13 minutes.
Oh, good. I went through much of the material fast, so I can actually focus on, as Mark said, my passion project. I do actually know a fair amount of the information, but I'll just keep on speaking from beyond the slide. So, what we've done, there's a Facebook group out there, a number of us from around the world, member from Zambia, member in Germany, Winnipeg-based because I started it. We've managed to recruit a few Air language speakers to start the data mining project. We fundraise for Cheetah Cub Conservation Fund, and we are working towards steps of Somaliland nationhood recognition. And the reason being that why I'm a proponent of that is that Somaliland has engaged in they know that the majority of the cheetah trafficking is happening through their area. A lot of wildlife trafficking, not just cheetah cubs. They are actively trying to stop this. They've dedicated their 18th Battalion to wildlife trafficking. They have created, given land for CCF's second institution. Their CCF was founded in Namibia. They've got a reserve there, and now they've got a second reserve in Somaliland. So we're talking about a section that's adjacent to Somaliland, where rather Somalia, where you look at one country, they've got a lot of terrorism, etc. Somaliland has next to none. They are able to organize themselves as a nation. They understand what will put them in the good books of the world, and they're implementing it. One of the best hospitals in Africa is Edna's Hospital, and it's in Somalia. It's in Hargeisa. So, soliciting for their nationhood, writing letters to our MPs, trying to get that out there, will help cheetahs. And see, what I'm looking at is, but basically with my skill set, if I go to the Horn of Africa, I'll be dead within 4 hours. So I'm going to use the skills I have, risk management, data analysis, fundraising, to attempt to resolve this one issue. I'm not talking about even animal conservation. I'm talking about the trafficking of live cheetahs and having them die, 80% of them die in transit. So I managed to get through this much faster than I thought, given the fact that there are more slides in this presentation than there was in the first one. So if there are any questions, I welcome them. I feel confident I can answer them. Thank you very much. So now, actually, I'm going to give my shout outs, first of all, to the local group, or to the Assiniboine Zoo. They do a lot of conservation activities. They have amassed a huge amount of beluga whale data that they've made available as open source. Inspire Community Outreach, I do some, IT audit and governance work for them. They've got this huge skill set, but one of the skill sets they're lacking is obviously IT governance, so helping them out. They're a wonderful group in the area of mental health. And of course, the Cheetah Conservation Fund, which founded by Dr. Laurie Marker in 1990, I believe. And yes, the year I graduated. And they do the genetic research. They take in seized animals, like either they're caught by farmers and they're surrendered. Many of the animals that are apprehended by Somaliland authorities are returned or surrendered to CCF Somaliland. And once again, the thank you slide to our wonderful hosts.
So I'm going to just play with the laptop and the projector while you just talk with the room.
I missed the part about the laptop and the projector.
I'm going to be playing with that
okay.
and that, but feel free to just talk to people in the room.
So if you have any questions, I know I went through that rather fast, yeah.
What are they being trafficked, what are they being taken for?
Sorry, okay. This is the reason for my first slide. Those adorable cheetah cubs, they are being trafficked as pets. Okay. And they have been pets historically for probably well over 1,000 years. Apparently, King Akbar in India had something like 6,000 cheetahs, and in that time, he had them. His reign was for 30 years. Only once did any of those cheetahs reproduce. So when you hear about people breeding cheetah cubs and selling them,
there is a good chance they are lying. They do not breed well in captivity. One of the reasons being is that when cheetahs reproduce, it's a female with multiple male partners. And so what's happened is that most of those male partners have failed to reproduce. It's those, 5 partners, one of them got lucky. So if you have a pair of cheetah, you are probably not going to be able to breed them.
You're by a factor of 5.
Yeah, exactly. Because male cheetahs are see, this is just literature I've read. But if you look at the older books, you hear about cheetahs in general, male and female, being solitary animals. And on occasion the males forming a coalition. And now more recent literature is always talking about these successful male coalitions. So I'm looking at it from a statistical point of view. I don't think that they've evolved that way. I just think that life has gotten so tough that, and of course they've got the metric to support that male cheetahs who are part of a coalition are weigh 20% more. Being part of a coalition does make you more successful. But I think the environmental pressures have gotten to a certain point that male cheetahs cannot survive on their own anymore. That is why you're seeing so many coalitions now, because the singletons just died.
For the OSI part, are you using kind of like a sock bucket management software as well for all the different accounts, or do you just really go right off the top?
I just go off the top. But back to that question, see, what made me feel that I can help out in this area is that so much like there's an article on National Geographic, social media is cracking down on this. So many people are buying wild animals, including cheetah cubs. And one of the reasons why the cheetah cub is so sought after is that in general, even a full-grown cheetah is not that dangerous. Given a choice between fighting a full-grown cheetah and a German Shepherd, I would take the cheetah. They are very skittish. You act aggressively, they will back down. So, in other words, they can become safe pets. And by safe, I don't. Oh, okay. By safe, I don't mean that they make good pets. What I'm saying is that, you're not going to be killed by your pet cheetah, but you probably are going to be killed by your pet leopard or your pet lion.
Or your pet German Shepherd.
Or your pet German Shepherd. More likely the German Shepherd is going to kill you than the cheetah. And so there are these cute, adorable animals that, in general, they don't cause harm. They've got dull claws. And of course, there's a report, there was a veterinarian who was asked to declaw a cheetah. And of course, if you know anything about, this is a cat-friendly group, we don't do that anymore. We don't declaw cats. We don't declaw any cat because it's actually cutting off their fingertips.
It's an amputation.
Yeah. So we were talking about, see, what surprised me is that in general, when you hear about captive animals, we're talking about safely captive animals, they tend to live longer. Cheetahs in the wild, even with all these environmental pressures, live over a decade, easily 12, 13 years. Pet cheetahs only live about 4 or 5 years if they survive at all. If they survive to adulthood, they only live 4 to 5 years. That is because of the stress of captivity. They don't have the areas to run. If you've seen some of the social media postings, it's like they're not even treated as pets. They're treated as toys. They are bought out of hubris. Yeah, there are people in the Arab Peninsula who are buying them out of a connection, to royalty, to ancient royalty. The ancient kings used to have them. I've got this wonderful mansion. Yeah. So, and this is why I'm going into the open source investigations, the data mining, the data scraping, to find out where these cheetah cubs are. That's how they're being sold. They're being sold over Snapchat and WhatsApp.
How do you get the data? Where do you get it from?
The data that I presented was collected by Ms. Trikaresh. I'm trying to set up my own data mining and collective initiative where, what she identified as a challenge is that she didn't have an Arab speaker to lean on. So I'm actively recruiting Arab speakers to not only do translation for me, but to find out what Arab social media tools are out there.
So you're looking at social media?
If that's how they're being marketed, that's where I'm going to go.
So are you still looking for where to find information about the treatise, or are you taking it from someone's database as well?
I'm now doing my next step. Like I've used Ms. Trigarash's database. Now I'm trying to develop my own database, something current, something that does have the Arab language skills, that has the technology skills, because she basically went out there. She was in Somaliland interacting with people.
Oh.
And see, the other aspect of Somaliland is that they are very well wired. They do a lot of phone banking. So is there an attack there? I mean, the thing is that if someone is moving multiples like of 1,800 into, you know, a financial transaction happened in the rural areas, what's up with that? The monthly salary in that area, $300 a month.
Yeah.
Right. So is there a way that we can track those financial transactions? That's I'm open to that. I don't think the rural people in Somaliland are using blockchain, but I'm not going to rule that out, because I mean the nature of organized crime is use the tool that works, right? I'm not going to create these blind spots in my thinking.
Yeah, it's surprising how many countries are like communities, not countries.
Mm-hmm.
Communities are adopting these smaller kind of phone-to-phone payment apps.
Once again, kudos to Skullspace. A personal thank you to Mark Jenkins for introducing me to Bitcoin and blockchain. So I think that wraps it up.
All right, final round of applause. And that concludes our Saturday talk track. Remember, we got DJs tonight, 7 p.m. to 10-ish, and synth performances. Tomorrow is chill out day. Board games, exhibits, video games, 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. There's some remote participation options as well. See all that info on hax.skullspace.ca. And remember to donate, skullspace.ca/donate, or see the donate section on the hax.skullspace.ca site. But this does conclude our day program.